aluminum complex, Jharsuguda, which is India's largest steel, aluminium power complex, Rourkela, which was always there as a 1 million ton steel plant, now it is 10 million ton. Nagar was never there on the map. Today it is the single most dense steel making zone in India. Paradip is today the largest port in India in terms of handling of cargo, and also was awarded by Government of India as the best, as the port able to provide the best service. Bhubaneswar, our state capital, was always there and is now, as I heard from some of the co-panelists, it is not what it is, what it was, let's say, 20 years ago. And Gopalpur today is India's fastest emerging chemical industry cluster. What is missing in this map is actually something which we should have added, and I'm going to certainly add it for my tomorrow's presentation, is Puri. Puri is there on the right-hand side table. It actually should now come on the left-hand side map. Why? Because of the new international airport which is coming up at Puri, a greenfield airport, the tender for which, the notice inviting tender for which was issued by my colleague Usha from Commerce and Transport Department today morning. So this is what Odisha is. We are a mineral-rich state and we are an industrial state. We are also a rich state, right? And we are a port-based, we are a port-based economy. But how many ports do we have? And what exactly is happening on the port sector? So this again is a map of Odisha, which highlights only the port-based locations. So we have 3 operational ports. Up north, Dhamra, which is a state government port run by the Ananis in a O&M, in a operation as a concessionaire. Paradip, which I mentioned, is India's largest port. And Gopalpur, which is a state government port run by the Shapurji Palanji Group in a concession mode. And then there are upcoming ports starting at Suvarnrekha up in the north, which is being set up by Tata Steel, the Astarang port, which is under development by Navyuga. Then there are 3 captive ports. One, a very large port, the foundation stone for which and the groundbreaking was held on 16th at 52 million tons per annum port at Jatadhari, Muhan by JSW, close to India's second largest steel plant coming up in one location. And then we have what is called, in this case it is mentioned, AMS1, AMNS, S1 and 2. So what is it? What is S1 and 2? S1 is a south side jetty being set up by ArcelorMittal because the capacity of AMNS at Paradip is 24 million ton. So also, plus, which means that there are 3 existing ports, 4 upcoming ports, and then there is a Mahanadi Riverine port, which again is being developed by the state government, and the expression of interest for selecting an operator, a developer for that port is expected any of these days. So this is a story of our port. And we say that we are a mineral-rich state. But how rich are we? How much rich is that richness? So this is how rich we are. 56% of India's bauxite, almost the entire chromite, manganese, mica, almost the entire rare earths which are extractable, critical minerals which are extractable, and also a very large share of silica and quartz which are extractable. And if you look at the map of Odisha, you will find that all these minerals are spread throughout the geography of Odisha, which makes this extraction more amenable and is also, it can be done in a much simpler and in less capital intensive ways. But that again is just one part of the story. The real story is here. Now, if you compare these 2 industrial belts, for instance at Nagar or Angul, which are in turn connected with our port-based locations, it is this integration which enables the setting up of such large steel plants, such large alumina refineries or aluminum smelters. While there are states which are, for instance, Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh or even Madhya Pradesh to some extent, which are equally mineral rich, but since they are not endowed with the port, they are not coastal, therefore they are unable to convert the mineral richness into a metallurgical advantage, which we have been able to do. And if you look also at the table, while we have grown in the last 20 years, the growth which is happening now in terms of new steel plants or new alumina refineries or new smelters or new stainless steel complexes and a very large number of downstream value-added metal players like auto components, then the numbers are even higher. And this is where the logistics problem is. The real logistics problem is here. The problem is not a problem, I would say. The situation is that to make 1 ton of steel, you need to move 4 tons of material. To make 1 ton of aluminium, you need to move 8 tons of material. So if we have 100 million tons of new steel capacity being added, this means that at least, how much, Raghu? 400. So he's active. He's actively listening to me. Right? So 400 million tons of material needs to be moved. Where? From mineral belt to the industrial belt, from industrial belt to the ports. And we as a state or India as a country will never be able to consume this much of steel, this much of aluminum, which means that it also needs to go outside. This is the logistics challenge. I can go on and on and on, giving you anecdotal examples of where it has started pinching us. For instance, the metrics or the parameter of performance of Paradip Port Authority is how long the queue of trucks is at Paradip. Has it come down from 50 kilometers to Ludhiana or Pune or Chennai? How long does it take, for instance, for the interchange of rakes which happens between a loading point and a gantry? So this is a real logistics challenge. We did some analysis last year through Deloitte, and we found, there are huge gaps in these logistics. While it is easy to open a mine and set up a steel plant or set up a alumina refinery or an aluminum smelter, there are players available. So there are known players. There are companies who are apt in making steel. But the way this growth has happened exponentially, the logistics people have not really come in. And there is a solid business case for this industrial logistics in Odisha. And whether it is port or a mine end or domestic logistics from Odisha to other parts of the state, there is huge business potential. Now this slide just gives this, whatever I mentioned to you, in a little bit of more detail. Start from mining to beneficiation to metal, alloys, specialty steel and downstream products. Today, we in Odisha are able to support pipe manufacturers, the DI pipe, ductile iron pipe or CI pipe manufacturers, whether it is Ratmani or Welspun or Vibhor, the 3 leading pipe manufacturers in India, all of them have their facilities in Odisha, in Jharsuguda. Why? If you are in Jharsuguda, you get all the advantages of Odisha ecosystem, good power, good land, good skilling ecosystem. At the same time, you can serve Bihar, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh in an ideal manner. So there are possibilities around moving this material, both raw material as well as finished goods, within Odisha and outside of Odisha, and therefore there is a good business case. I have many examples, but I think for paucity of time, I would skip them. Now, this again is very interesting. This is something which I would request the panel to take a look at. In a very simplified manner, here we have presented the industrial and logistics map of Odisha. Industrial logistics map of Odisha. The map of industry and the map of industrial logistics combined. Look at the coast of Odisha. This is National Highway 16, NH16. Starts from Kolkata, comes to Odisha, ends at Chennai. All our ports are along this National Highway 16. This is what is called East Coast Economic Corridor. On this economic corridor, whether it is at Dhamra or Paradip or Gopalpur or Bhubaneswar, Khurda, Cuttack, along this highway, we have very good industrial lands, very good land banks for logistics and warehousing, which we have specifically earmarked as warehousing zones. Similarly, if you look at Western Odisha, what you see as the black expressway is the Biju Patnaik Expressway, 400 kilometers of 4-lane expressway, which we have set up to serve the west and southern parts of industrial Odisha. Along this national highway, which is close to Chhattisgarh, close to Jharkhand, efficiency of logistics through positioning of land banks, land parcels close to industrial areas close to the highway, close to railway siding, so that efficient warehousing and logistics operation can take place. And then we have connected this east coast with the Western Expressway through this central road. This is the National Highway 55, NH 55. And again, whether it is Angul or Dhenkanal or Sambalpur or Kalingnagar, we have earmarked very good land parcels exclusively for providing this industrial logistics support. So there is a business case in terms of demand. Then there is also positioning of infrastructure in order to make that happen. All that we need is, people from this dais to actually come and take a look and then see whether this makes good business sense for you or for companies like yours. The Industrial Policy Resolution 2022 categorizes warehousing and logistics with a minimum threshold as industrial unit, which means that I can give you just one example which will illustrate it. For instance, if a company were to spend 100 crores and set up a good warehousing logistics facility on the Biju Expressway, right? What is it that this industrial unit categorization will get you? First thing is, it will give you 30% capital investment subsidy without any upper limit. Spend 100 crores, take 30 crores from us. Spend 1,000 crores, take 300 crores from us. Spend 10,000 crores, take 3,000 crores from us within a span of 0 to 6 years. You get 100% exemption on state SGST up to 200% of your investment in plant and machinery, which includes in warehousing the buildings. You get rupees 2 per unit discount on electricity tariff, which means your landed cost of electricity is rupees 4 for a period of 10 years. You get 100% exemption from electricity duty, and then there are other incentives also. We have done a sort of a rough calculation. At the maximum level, a large warehousing and logistics complex set up on Biju Expressway raises your EBITDA by 7.2% compared with what you can do in Raipur just across the border, or what you could do in Nagpur just across another border. Therefore, and why did we do this? Why is it that we are giving such a high package of incentives for a particular level of logistics, industrial logistics? Because of the problem, as I mentioned to you, this is a problem for us. Logistics is no longer a challenge, it is a big problem. Unless we are able to settle the logistics issue, and we will never see the kind of growth which we are entitled to. Similarly, the logistics policy, again, there are provisions which cut across several of these layers and help you do good business. Skilling. I think since this is a skilling conclave, so Regu will certainly give me 5 minutes extra for skilling. Otherwise, I would not have done justice. All that I mentioned to you is the problem and the scale, the magnitude. Obviously, if you look at the scale and the magnitude, look at our mineral-rich regions or the mining-rich regions. There is a shift which is happening. What is that shift? That shift is A, more and more mines are coming into operation. B, more and more of these mines are becoming mechanized and automated. So while 10 years ago or 5 years ago, all that you needed was a large truck and a driver. Now you do not need any drivers. There are no drivers in Kyonjar, for instance, in mines. They are called operators. So you really don't need you actually need an operator. And these are highly skilled operators who get to work on sophisticated equipment and who cannot be trained in a 3-year ITI course. Once they do a 3-year ITI or a 3-year diploma, they actually need add-on courses which can be given only by those equipment suppliers, the JCBs and the Thyssen Groups of the world. Only then they are amenable for this kind of a work. This is a big skilling opportunity. Specializations, as I mentioned, specialized machinery. If you today go inside a steel plant, or if you today go inside a port, you will find that the kind of skilled operators required to work on those equipment is absolutely different. And we in Odisha have been able to match this requirement with our ITIs, with our polytechnics. If you go to our ITI Cuttack, for instance, you will find there is a corner only for Tata Motors, where they train their people on sophisticated equipment. If you go to, for instance, today in Polytechnic Jharsuguda, you will find that there is a big corner which is meant only for heavy machinery operators in mines. So this is a big opportunity. Only the numbers have now to go up. The last point is, another big change which has come in this sector, particularly in the logistics related skills sector, is now, as I mentioned earlier, the requirement was for a driver, or at best, when we used to say this is a skilled driver, we would actually mean driver plus mechanic. So the trade was actually called not driver trade or a mechanic trade, it was called a driver mechanic trade. So you are actually getting an operator who is able to drive an equipment, run an equipment, and is able to do some minor. It is no longer possible. With the sophistication, the modernization and use of technology in this equipment has gone to such a level that it is not possible for a driver to be a mechanic of a heavy equipment. But then there are other skills which have come. For instance, an operator who operates in a mine in Kyonjar, he has to do weighment, he has to do sampling, and he has to do data logging. So also a driver who comes to Paradip port, he has to do a lot of weighment, he has to do data logging. So while earlier we needed a driver plus mechanic, now actually we need a driver plus DEO, and this DEO is data entry operator. So he has to work on tabs, he has to take samples, he has to keep samples sealed. Therefore, the skill set which is required today, without having any change in the way mines are operating, is that you need more specialized and more add-on skills. Therefore, this is again a very big skilling challenge as well as an opportunity. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Amo Odisha, Pragatira Odisha, NUA Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, moving onwards, I will be requesting Mr. Tushar Jani, founder, Blue Dart Express Limited and Blue Dart Aviation, to bring his industry perspective for this pertinent topic. And since Blue Dart has become so cool and convenient mode for logistics, we can say, in our entire country. So a big round of applause for Mr. Tushar Jani for his talk.
Good afternoon. It's normally after the lunch, you don't see so many people in the audience. So I must compliment people here. Mr. Sharma and Madam Padi and Madam Mishra. First of all, thank you for inviting. And I've come after almost 30 years in this city, and things have changed, completely changed. I never expected this city. There are wide roads, clean city, and I have seen so many education institutes on the roads in the city, close vicinity, and of course, Kalinga Institute, Dr. Achutya Samanta. I think he's a god, if you ask me. And I've never seen, there are two people impressed me in my life. One was Mrs. Mother Teresa. I spent 4 days with her. And I've promised, and I got promise from Dr. Achyuta that he would spend 4 days with me in his campus to teach me art of giving. And I think so that's the fantastic thing. NUA Odisha, Newton Uttapam Abhilasha. What a lovely name. And I think so this itself is very poetic, but we are discussing subject which is logistic. And I never ever seen logistic being so poetic when you look at NUA. I think so we are in the right time and a right moment. Logistic is a sunrise industry with PM Gati Shakti, with our GDP growth, with our export-oriented, with our PLI scheme, with our youngest population. And I can say that logistic is the name of the game. And Odisha has an opportunity to become the gateway to the east and the northeast. And if I just look at in consumption logistic, which project would handle more on the, when he moderated the session, but look at it, if we are building the road which goes from northeast to Myanmar, to Thailand, to Cambodia, to Vietnam, and maybe up to Philippines, this state will become gateway of India for those items when they will come into India or those items when they will go out of India. I think with that, on the consumption logistic, I don't want to touch more because these are other experts here. And but sir, to put your challenge, which I sit with, my mind has been constantly thinking after what you said in your office, what you said now. If we as a logistic industry don't see the opportunity which you're offering, I think so we would be stupid. This place has offered so much manufacturing-based logistic. And if we do not do well as a logistic industry, I think we will bring a bad name to our nation and to our people. I want to say that the plant-based, the manufacturing-based logistic, especially in the minerals, which is steel, alumina, mica, God knows how many, sir, you put in, and it needs a special mindset. I think so, what we need to do as a state, we need to display this and sell this to the people. Let me tell you, I'm come from the west part of the country. I would have never ever thought that, this place has got so much opportunity. What we need to do is collectively put this into each of opportunity sector and figure out whether it's steel, whether it's alumina, whether it's chemical need for steel, whether it's a raw material need for steel, whether it's port-based, whether it is multimodal, whether it's by air. And Madam just told me, and Sir also announced now, the Puri, which is going to have the international airport standard, and which also can bring connectivity, which is on a multimodal for the East and the Northeast. I think we all collectively, if we sit together and talk together with the GDP which is coming up as a growth, and PM Gati Shakti with Eastern Corridor, which is coming up, which will go through the Odisha, we can become a connector to the East and Northeast, to the whole world, not only India. Because, sir, you said about 9 ports, roughly, 8 to 9 ports. And if you look at those ports, each port is unique, right? And if you look at it, Paradip, which is now, and, Narma, which is another port, in terms of these are natural ports, right? Except one thing, sir, I must say that Gopalpur I love as a beach. Now you're bringing chemical industry, I'm a little worried there too. So, but this is a beauty, and I think so you have people. Your people are very courteous. Your people are ready to do work. They are hardworking. If we club, imagine the kind of imagination if we're talking something like world's number 1, world's number 2, world number 3. If you're talking this, you're talking world's biggest capacity of steel. Now, if that steel plant would have something maybe like 7-8 lakhs people to work and that ecosystem, if you look at it, and that's the opportunity. I think so. One thing what we need to do is train our people in such a manner that we do not, first, we train our people, our local youth, bring them, turn them into entrepreneur. So the logistic will give an opportunity to youngsters here to turn an entrepreneur. Person can become truck operator, person can become warehouse operator, person can become IT enabler. I think that's what the logistic industry also can bring. In terms of the Madam Air Cargo, I think so the Puri airport, I was just looking at the map after you told me, and it is unique. I think so if we need to understand the alignment of the road, how it goes into the other part, that also will bring a big opportunity. The most important in the logistic, we go where there is consumption, where there is manufacture. And you have the manufacturing, which is the biggest. And that's what we need to work together as an industry. I'm sure Odisha has a big future with current Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Patnaik. And I'm sure his regime would see again when it comes to the election again. And I am personally quite impressed I'm ready to put my bet here into the logistic investments. So thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Sharbai, thank you very much for highlighting the importance and the criticality of logistics and supply chain in driving an economy. Sharma sir, you mentioned about logistics industry facing problems. Pankaj and I run a venture capital fund, and in the startup world, we love problems. We love problems because our startups are designed to really address them. We really look forward to working with you in now, continuing on the theme of the startup world, I have set up eminent panelists here. In the true startups tradition, I'm going to request everybody, starting from Anthony, to really give an elevator pitch of themselves, literally 30 seconds about what they do, what their companies do, and what kind of logistics industry that they participate in. Anthony, if I can start.
Sure, Project. Good afternoon, everyone. So maybe a quick round of facts would help us set the context for this session. All of us keep talking about logistics and warehousing. It's 15% of our GDP, and that's a number which we always hear about. But let's discuss about what has changed in the last 5-6 years. The average distance a truck used to travel earlier used to be 225 kilometers a day. That has gone up now. It's gone up to 325 kilometers per day. So that's a massive improvement. And we used to do transport on road roughly around 1,500.
Anthony, sorry to disturb you, but before you get into talking about that, can you just do a very short, quick round of introduction?
Sure.
30 seconds of it. Name, company name, and what you do.
Maybe I can start with the person on my right.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here. I'm Viral Shah, Executive Director of VTrans India Limited. Ours is a 65-year-old organization. I'm part of the third generation. We provide hard freight, surface transportation, express services, warehousing, 3PL, e-commerce. So we've got a variety of services under our bouquet with over 800 branches across India. And I'm really here to explore what are the opportunities that is possible for us increasing our logistics footprint in the state of Odisha. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, I'm Surya Saharan. I'm one of the founders of a company called Get Delivery. We started about 13 years ago. We started out as a express parcel transportation company for the e-commerce space, but today we do everything from part truckload to full truckload to cross-border movements to warehousing to supply chain services. We are now the largest integrated logistics company in the country in a span of 13 years. I'm one of the founders. I've handled multiple roles over the course of this journey. Today, I take care of the people operations of the company.
And Suraj, just because it's a skilling conference, you might just want to give a sense of the scale that you guys have been able to achieve in just 13 years. How many people, how many parcels you carry every day?
Yes, so we today there are about 65,000 people that work for us across the country on an everyday sort of full-time basis. In addition, there are about 40,000 people that come to work on a gig MOUs to work for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one company that is 13 years old, employing 65,000 people. Just imagine, logistics is one industry that has the potential to be a real mass-scale employment enabler in any part of the world. Thank you.
We are into ports and logistics in a big way in India, and have a substantial stake in the state of Odisha. We operate Paradip's multipurpose cargo terminal, which we got through the Paradip Port Authority 30 years concession. We have got around, say, 5 million metric tons of cargo capacity handling out of the overall Paradip's around 25 million tons. I look after the people function as the president and CHRO of the JM Bakshi Group, and I'm representing the company. The reason being, we look forward to Odisha as one of the most potential state wherein we have to grow. And as Mr. Sharma was highlighting about the port-based economy, I think we are one of the players who are looking forward to, say, first mile and the last mile delivery of all the, say, steel, mining, mineral industry, so that we can use our port facility to enhance the industrial output. Thank you.
Vikram?
Good afternoon. Absolutely humbled to be here at the summit. Clearly, Odisha is India's best kept secret, which is getting revealed. I'm Vikram Mansukhani. I head operations for Blue Dart Express. We fly 6 aircrafts around the country and 2 on a point-to-point basis recently introduced. We deliver over 1.7 million packages a day. And pretty much like delivery, we have 45,000 people on regular rolls and growing every day. Looking forward to really connecting deep and wide in Odisha. Thank you.
And Vikram, apart from the people on the roll, indirectly, how many people overall would be engaged in the operations?
Depending on fluctuating volumes and seasonality, that would be another 20,000.
Good afternoon. I'm Puneet Agrawal. I represent CJ Russell Logistics. We are one of the India's oldest transportation companies. And like Blue Darts and Delivery are on the other extreme, they move the small shipments. We are specialized into moving the bulkier goods. Secretary mentioned about steel. Steel is our focus area. We work with all the major corporates, Tatas, Jindals, Vedanta, all the steel majors we have. We ply about 1,200 trucks of our own. And at any point of time, there are almost 10,000 trucks which are carrying goods booked by CJ Russell. And we have been involved in the grassroots lowest level of the toughest of the transportation movements, like at the Barbil, Kyonjhar, those kind of mines where even the drivers, they have the harshest conditions. It's hard to even get them to operate the trucks there. So we've been involved, and I'm so delighted and so heartened to hear the conversation that I got a chance to hear from the secretary about the progressive thinking they had. Logistics has always been an afterthought. Like governments, they encourage bringing up the industries. But logistics people, somehow they have a reputation for being resilient. We figure out our ways. But now it's become a bottleneck. So I'm very happy to note government is taking a proactive stance. We'll talk more about during the panel discussion. Very happy to be here.
Thank you, folks. So my name is Prajakth Raut. I run a venture capital fund along with my partner Pankaj Bansal called Carrot Capital. And we invest in entrepreneurs or startups that are disrupting what we call the value chain. Value chain as defined by goods and services, human capital, and infra and assets. And the very fact that we are having a supply chain and logistics panel here in a skilling conference is an indication of the importance that logistics and supply chain has in the economy, not only as a job creator, but also as a platform that will drive the economy forward. I mean, think about what's happening in India and the India growth story. Today, we are at $4 trillion economy, moving towards a $10 trillion economy in about 10 years' time. 2.5 times growth of where we are in about 10 years. We took about 75 years to get to a 4 trillion economy. And for doing that, not only would the industrial logistics that Sharma sir spoke about will need to be really completely transformed, but the India consumption story, with especially a focus on rural economy, will have to undergo a complete transformation. Now, is that a problem? Of course, it's a problem. The logistics industry or the supply chain industry in the country is completely broken. We know that, but over the last 8 or 10 years, tremendous amount of infrastructure has come up. The government has created enabling policies. Startups like the one represented by Surya's Delivery, etc., have come and completely transformed the industry. And we are on the verge of the kind of revolution that we've seen in the financial services industry or we've seen in the telecom industry. We believe that in the next 10 years, there is tremendous amount of potential for value creation in the supply chain and logistics industry. If the India story has to play out well, we believe that supply chain and logistics will have to play an important role in it. And that's the reason why some of these the industry stalwarts are here today, because we see here in Odisha an enabling environment, and this is where the industry will come in. Now, this is a place for dialogue in the sense what we've heard from the industry, we've heard from the policymakers. What I want to understand from industry are a couple of things which will create the opportunities for perhaps local entrepreneurs and industry to participate on it. So, Viral, Vikram, and Puneet, first I'd like to get a point of view from you in terms of what has changed in the business dynamics and what are the different kinds of things that companies are expecting, your clients are expecting from you vis-a-vis what was happening, say, about 8 or 10 years ago. Things like e-commerce, things like, say, for example, omni-channel, things like quick commerce and stuff like that. How are those impacting the industry?
Can I go first? Sure. Yep. So I think post the GST regime, it's no more, taxation that determines how the logistics setup has to be in the country, but it is more of pure cost versus being closer to the customer that really determines that how are you able to generate more business. So a lot of it depends on how your supply chain modeling is, The better there is an optimized network of warehouse, distribution centers, the right vehicle sizing and routing of the vehicles, that really makes the company have an competitive advantage and provide that advantage to its clients, So especially in case of omni-channel, that's what the customers are looking at the most. And with the invent of more technological advances, primarily to do with predictive analysis, to do with forecasting, building the right model is emerging as a science, and it is no more just an art or based on one's gut feeling. Things like ML and AI are also playing a very important role, and they will be changing the course of the logistics landscape as
The contagious mind age, many people like him work hard to his sons had unborn grandchildren to take care of. He abandoned him. He who lost everything during the 1984 riot sell lamps and earns rupees 300 to 500. This elderly woman can be seen approaching the passengers of a local train with boxes of chocolates. She goes from one passenger to hard work. Richa Chadda reposted a tweet with the story of a man from Amritsar.
Local level entrepreneurs to create micro warehousing and solutions like that, which enable what is traditionally known as the logistics and warehousing industry. Where are the opportunities getting created?
Absolutely, Project. Especially with the GST, the thrust is being given more of within the state delivery, where I would say that there is definitely a requirement of having small or micro warehouses which can cater to the nearby area, because as the customers are getting more and more educated, their expectations in terms of having faster delivery times, wanting clear visibility and transparency over the data is really increasing. And that is also, to some extent, forcing the suppliers to ensure that they have got smart practices and they have got an optimized network to cater to that. And in that sense, we are seeing it. The trend maybe has not yet come in probably a state like Odisha, but I would say that more so in case of developed or metros, you are definitely seeing this trend that along with the big warehouses, there are an array of small warehouses. One another factor is also, because of these small warehouses, the relative operating cost of the warehouse goes low, because of which they are able to provide that competitive advantage in terms of the cost.
Perfect. Vikram and Puneet, your points, and then Anthony, I'll leave it to you to make some very high-level points in terms of the data that you're seeing in this industry.
So I think what's very important to note is the buying demography is changing completely. The buying demography now is relatively younger, very tech-savvy, has a huge disposable income, wants instant gratification. So from a predictive purchase, it's more and more impulsive purchase. From I will go and get it, it's bring it to me. And therefore, for all of us in the logistics space, scale, nimbleness, the ability to be 100% visible on every transaction that we do is very, very critical. What's also, of course, getting added on and making the playing arena a little more difficult, but of course more ethical, is the need to deploy sustainable fuels, sustainable energy. and at the same time ensure that the workforce is kept happy, healthy, and safe. So all of our efforts in that direction is what is building great companies to succeed and go forward.
And that, glad you mentioned about renewable and, ESG, etc. I think some of those also create adjacent opportunities related to logistics and supply chain. But you made one interesting point about resilience. And resilience in today's context, in an interconnected world where there are a number of stakeholders, also means that a technology backbone has to be extremely strong. There has to be something that the state is able to enable, in which players can plug into, but each player will also need to upgrade their technology game significantly to be relevant and competitive. Would that be a fair statement to say?
No, absolutely well said. I think when you marry, the principles of getting it first time right with deployment of adequate or cognitive technology, getting a skilled workforce that is able to deploy that technology, build that technology, and then leverage on it, I think is absolutely critical. It's not necessary that you need to have mega data centers, but surely you need to have people who can leverage what's available in a manner which is not cost prohibitive. I think that's very important to our industry. Anything that we use as an input cannot be cost prohibitive. And that's where the skill comes in.
Thanks. And Puneet, will the same principles apply in industrial logistics? A lot of these perspectives came from people who were fueling consumption logistics. Would industrial logistics follow the same path? Or are there different challenges and opportunities?
So the biggest challenge that we come across when working with our customers, especially in Odisha, who have done massive expansions in their capacity over the last year, is to be able to move the goods, ship the goods out of their plants. They cannot have enough trucks, enough trains to move out. So we've been expanding into our own capacity of trucks. And so another challenge is this is a place where there's a lot of outflow of traffic and there's very limited inflow of traffic. So a lot of network or reverse route planning that needs to get in. And for that, a large player like us, they have a little advantage where we are able to aggregate cargo from multiple consigners for our rail movement. That becomes important. Another area I see is a heightened focus towards sustainability and the green transportation, because everybody is exporting, like there are so many international conventions about low carbon happening. So that again is an area, but we haven't received much breakthrough there. But we are doing various small experiments to move towards electric vehicles or hydrogen kind of experiments we are doing. And finally is safety. Safety is another very important area for clients like Tata Steel, Hindustan Zinc, everyone. They have safety big focus. So installing ADAS systems for ensuring trucks are driving safe. They're not driving in night hours, those kind of things we are doing.
Thank you, Puneet. Alkama, Puneet made an interesting point about capacity utilization, trucks coming in but not having enough materials to go out or vice versa. And I think some of these will require the government to step in to create transformative layers or technology layers. There are companies like Conmove, for example, which allow, almost like Uber, Uber doesn't bother in terms of return fare milega ki nahi milega. They know that somebody else will be allowed. And that providing that visibility will significantly reduce or significantly increase the capacity optimization of some of these already stressed assets in the country. Anthony, you have a vantage point in the sense you've been in the consulting clients for the last 20 years or so. What are some of the big level trends, highlight trends that you're seeing?
So as I started earlier, we're seeing the distance traveled per truck going up. And also if you look at 10 years before, that average, the tonnage traveled per kilometer used to be 1,500 billion. Today it's almost 3,000 billion tons per kilometer, which means we have doubled. But if you look at the flip side, earlier we used to have close to around roughly around 1,500 drivers per 10,000 trucks. Today that number has come down to 600. Is it that, are we doing better? Are we doing more with less? So how have we been able to achieve this? And what we are seeing as trends is a lot of emphasis has come on technology, where people are using IoT for monitoring trucks. People are looking at robotics for automation and warehousing, and a lot more in terms of technology such as AR and VR. But the question comes to us, therefore, how are we going to skill people with such capabilities, right? And maybe that's where I also wanted to understand Surya's view on this, because deliveries are doing a lot on this area. They're looking at drone deliveries. You're also piloting self-driving trucks, Suraj, if I'm not wrong, and you're also looking at automation in the warehouse. So what I think we should also deliberate on, how are we going to change curriculum of educational institutes? How are we going to change government policies or interventions to enable us, adopt to these technologies? And just a last word, as a country, adoption of technology has never been a challenge for us. We've been able to skip generations. 2G, we directly go to 4G, 5G. So maybe Suraj, your views on that as well.
Suraj, your views in terms of how companies like you, emerging companies that have started with knowing what the challenges are, how have you guys really looked at the entire logistics sector totally differently than some of the incumbents?
So I think when we started, the big difference in how we thought about this problem versus how it was traditionally operated was that we came in with the firm belief that all the sort of assets needed to provide logistics exist. Right? There are people available who are ready to work. There are trucks available that are ready to ply. There are warehouses available that are ready for occupation. So we decided that we are going to build technology that allows discovery of these various assets for logistics. So we've continued to build a very asset-light company. We do own some trucks, but these again are sort of industry first kind of efforts we are doing with Volvo, where we are running 46-feet trailers that nobody else does in the country. So we had to buy a few trucks to begin with and experiment and then figure out how we're going to operate those. But outside of that, we don't own any hard assets. The automation in our facilities is something that we buy. But because of technology and because of the data that we started to collect right from when we started, we've evolved from being a company where logistics was being assisted by various systems to a company today where our operations are being directed by the systems. So our systems will, the moment you scan a shipment at the time of pickup, an entire path gets charted in the system as to where is it going to, what points in the network will it hit before it gets delivered, and how much transit time between each of those, any two of those points is it going to take.
So Suraj, your design principles primarily were technology first and asset light.
Yes.
Which allowed you to really build a scale at a 10x pace that otherwise would have taken you in that manner. Now, some of these, Sharma sir, some of these concepts would be very relevant to really evangelize within the entrepreneurial community, because, coupled with what Viral said in terms of micro warehouses, these are some of the models that could really fuel a lot of job creation. Subhashish, coming to you, when you look about, we've spoken about land logistics largely, but when it comes to port operations and some of the efficiencies that can be built in, Sharma sir mentioned about 50-kilometer long lines and stuff. What are some of the big changes that you're seeing, especially driven by technology, which can be adopted both by the industry as well as by the state?
95% of the trade happens through sea route. That's what the statistics says, which is volume. And 70% of it is in value. So with this kind of, say, port-based, industrialization happening in our country, I think the most important areas that we see is how are we going to increase the efficiency. What we find is that, say, we are actually grappling with a lot of issues as regard to, say, skilling of our people in the ports. I think we lack a lot. And somehow I think we have not been able to, I think through our, say, ITES or for that matter, say, polytechnics, being able to create an ecosystem where we are in a position to support this port operations. So port operations and management of late have been privatized by the government by giving concessions to the private parties through the BOT model of PPP. But somehow we find that, say, we need to do a lot of work in the area of, say, culture building and also in the area of skill development. Wherever we have got ports, we always see that people perceive it to be, say, highly unionized, unable to have the operations. And that was precisely the reason that government must have thought of, say, gradually going for privatization across. But with privatization coming in, every other companies like ours who are into, say, port management and operations have started building their own skill development centers. And we in GM Bakshi have also been able to create that. And we definitely think that, say, we are in our own way trying to create an ecosystem which not only helps our company, but also helps industry as such. I think each of our companies who are there in this sector are complementing to each other as far as building that kind of a skill sets in in India.
And Subhashish, you touched upon a very important point, which is, I think, important for all of us to recognize, which is the interconnectedness of the overall supply chain, which therefore earlier you could do with phone calls and stuff like that, but you need a technology backbone now to really be able to do that efficiently. We've got 4 minutes left. I'm going to request Tushar Bhai to really talk.
Institute for Logistics. We will give you the fellows to come and deliver. We will help you to build curriculum, be it port logistics, be it consumer logistics or manufacturing logistics. So that's one and most important, I think so. Second important is a built perception that we want people to come in. You know, you can't have better ambassador than Mr. Sharma to say that come and work. He's point out every opportunity to make money for all of us. So I think so. These are two I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Tushar Bhai.
Rajat, if I may just add one point to
Yes,
to what Mr. Tushar Jani has mentioned, is that frankly for me, I was quite surprised and happy to note the when going through the presentation of Mr. Hemant Sharma. But it's because I came over here, I got this information. So I mean, just as we had discussed in Sir's chamber, that how about if the logistics fraternity gets to know about it by and large, So I think that would really help us to, get to know what are the opportunities available. And along with that, it's not just the industries, but how the other ecosystems, other similar industries are cross-functioning to ensure, that the entire ecosystem is provided. I think that will really give the confidence.
No, absolutely, sir. Sir, you saw, the industry is willing. I think, there is enough talent in the startup world, which is where Pankaj and I come from. There's a lot of innovation that is coming in, and I think all this collectively together, I think we will be able to, in an environment that you created, which is very enabling, we should be able to have phenomenal results. Supply chain and logistics sector, we've got 1 minute left on the panel at this point of time. We couldn't have, we needed to deliver it on time, 1 minute before our scheduled time is over.
Thank you. I request all of you to please be here on the stage. And after this insightful session, I would be requesting Chairperson Odisha Skill Development Authority, Mrs. Alka Mishra, to please come and join us on the stage and to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers, including Principal Secretary of Industries Department, Sri Hemant Sharma. With a round of applause from our audience. Thank you for the support throughout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next discussion is on scaling in emerging technologies. The need of the future with a special emphasis on the ITES industry in Odisha. Odisha's emergence as a thriving hub in IT and ITES is attracting some of the largest technology companies to the state, and Odisha understands and acknowledges the need for a skilled and future-ready workforce. Thank you, everyone, for your specific contribution. And the next session aims to facilitate a shared understanding on key industry trends while also working towards fostering collaboration between industries and skilled professionals. Thank you. I once again remind all of you to please be present over here because after this session, Honorable CM will arrive and he will address specifically in this global summit. And in the evening, we have cultural performances by various artists and that will be conducted in Vatika. So I request all of you to please come and join us. I'll be inviting first and foremost Principal Secretary to Government Electronics and IT Department, Shri Manoj Kumar Mishra. Everyone, please put your hands together. I would be requesting our panelist, Ms. Aanchal Chopra, LinkedIn, Academic and Government Business, Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, Electronics Sector Skill Council of India, Mr. Amit Singhal, ANSYS Software Private Limited, Mr. Anuj Buddhiraja, Philips Machine Tools, Mr. Raghu Panikar, Canis Semicon Private Limited, Mr. Tarun Patnaik, Accenture India, Mr. Victor Sundar Raj, Infosys, and the session will be moderated by Ms. Lakshmi Nageswari, Boston Limited, UK. The topics which will be covered in this session are evolution of the... Can we lower down the volume of the video, please? Evolution of the industry and employment landscape over the last few years, technological advancements and changing skill requirements in the industry, future trends and emerging roles that are shaping the industry, potential job roles where public-private partnership can be explored, key asks from the government of Odisha to catalyze employment creation. Ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed dignitaries, we are enthralled with your presence. Thank you for your valuable addition to this particular session. Shri Manoj Kumar Mishra, acting as Principal Secretary to Government of Odisha Electronics and IT Department, he has successfully delivered strategic projects related to various transport systems as well as contributed to development of IT, telecom, etc. He has good hold on project planning, team management and strategies and so on. He has served to Government of Odisha in various capacities. I would be requesting sir to please give his session on IT, ITES industry in Odisha. Over to Manoj sir. Yeah, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My fellow panelists, my seniors, colleagues, and friends. The tagline says NUA Odisha, so that is where IT comes in. We have been, all of you would know that we are one of the largest supplier of manpower to the country. And we are in IT space also, we are the fourth largest supplier of manpower to the country. We produce about 75,000 BTech students every year. Don't clap, don't clap, don't clap. NUA Odisha is not about supplying manpower. We would like to create 75,000 jobs for outsiders in Odisha. That is why we meet here. And thank you, ma'am, both of them sitting in front of me, to set this benchmark so high. We have a very erudite and very experienced in the industry panels. I would be very keen to listen rather than talk, but it's my job, so I'll have to speak opening few lines. How have things changed in last 2-3 years? I think I heard a bit about the last panel also. They talked about transportation and everything. Everything seems to have changed in last 3-4 years. And especially in the field of services, when it involves technology, things have changed drastically. I keep saying this that there was for 100 years, we knew that the work, the workplace, and the worker will have to be together in one place. So they were like that for hundreds of years. There's an office, there are people, and the work is done there. During COVID and after it, by force, by whatever was destined for this world, these three things, they have been decoupled. And that is where the challenges are, and that is where the opportunity is for a state like Odisha to be able to think in terms of creating manpower, creating jobs for the rest of the world. So when things change like this is a monumental change. When we don't any longer think that a work has to be created in a particular place. So let's talk a little bit about jobs today. So what has happened to jobs? It's often said, I heard somebody say this, I think my friend who heads Cognizant these days, he only told me. He said, Ravi Kumar, he's the CEO, he told, jobs now are fungible. They're one of the largest job creators in the world. They have about 270,000 IT professionals working in India for them. They're the second largest after TCS. Jobs are fungible. They are divisible and they're distributable. So this is, especially students, if there are any, they must take a note of the fact that it's not the degree which is giving you, going to give you a career or a job, particularly which you are going to do for 30 years. We managed, we got through an exam, for 30 years we'll do one job, you won't. And for you, when they're saying that jobs will be fungible, that meaning that they're looking at skills. If you are good enough to create something, that part of your skill will be monetized. They will pay you for exactly that part. And as I said, jobs are now decentralized. They are not being created at one place. So to create, even take the most simplest of the example, create a website. It can be done by 4-10 people sitting across anywhere. Somebody who's good at writing the code, somebody who's good at putting the graphics. It can be taken because technology is allowing us today to distribute work. And in that context, we have to get our next generation ready to take up jobs like this. The numbers are staggering. We see in the digital space, I think 2026, India would require 30 million digital assets, digital human beings who would be able to contribute. I saw Raghu here, who is from the semicon industry. He said we are today to do a little bit of brainstorming to see how we can grow. Odisha is one state which I would like to re-emphasize to my fellow panelists, is that it is open, it is completely flexible in terms of adapting into requirements of the private sector, and it wants to serve its own people by creating jobs for the corporates. And in that space, one of the examples which if Hemant sir did not tell, I would like to tell, when the iPhone factory got inaugurated in Karnataka, they required people. They did move around the place. They had come here also to set up the plant, but for other reasons that they went to Karnataka, they required 1,500 plus manpower. They picked up all 1,500 from here. So I had to organize a train to send them there to Bangalore. So that is the skill that we have. These days we'll send them by plane. No, these days anyway we can send them by plane. So since ma'am is here, I must say the state doesn't think in a small manner anymore. We don't have time to experiment. We don't have time to do POCs. We would like to do things which you have. Please tell us, and we'll do that. We have introduced is one state which is underwriting Indigo to run its international connectivity from the state. 3 flights we run to Singapore, Bangkok, and Dubai, entirely paid for by the state government. It's like state government's airlines. So this is what we do. This is what we did for the IT, and no wonder that we are seeing almost 30 companies in last 12 months have come, and the bigs like the IBMs, the Deloittes, the Cognizants, and come 22nd, Manas would be somewhere here, we'll go to inaugurate the Accenture building. I think with this, I would like to now hand over to the moderator and go through the session. I think I would like to hear each of them. Thank you so much. All the best.
I would like to request each one of us to introduce ourselves, brief around this topic, and then we'll get into the panel. So we'll start from Rag.
Is the introduction or the actual talk?
We'll introduce ourselves.
Okay, sorry. So my name is Raghu. I'm part of the semiconductor industry. Been 34 years in semiconductor and started with a government fab in Chandigarh and then moved to run an electronic design automation company for semiconductor in India. Then went to Tessol Semiconductor for 3 years, and now we intend to put a semiconductor packaging and assembly plant, and Odisha government is one such government, and the team here whom we are working very closely. I'm not allowed to say anything more than that. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. My name is Amit Singhal and I represent ANSYS Software here. There is a joke in my company that if Amit Singhal is not found in Pune, he is in Bhubaneswar these days. So 5 years back when I took over this profile, I never thought I will visit Odisha and Bhubaneswar so much. But after coming here, I see so much energy, so much resolve to set up industries which other states find difficult to set up, like semicon, focus industry for Odisha. And that excites me and brings me here again and again. And ANSYS is into virtual simulation, and we intend to help Odisha government and the students in Odisha to build a good career for themselves.
Hi, good afternoon. It's pleasure to be here and being in front of all of you and being one of the panelists with all the esteemed guests here. I'm Anuj Budhiraja. I lead additive manufacturing, or we can call it as advanced manufacturing division for Philips Machine Tools. I've been into industry of this digital manufacturing from last 20 years. As a company, Philips Machine Tools is a 62-year-old company, and we are into providing all the manufacturing solutions, traditional as well as advanced manufacturing. In past many years now, we have been working very, very closely with most of the universities, state governments, and the educational institutes to develop and to drive the skilling initiatives, considering over 60 years of history and expertise in the manufacturing areas. So we have been working very closely with the universities and colleges to develop the curriculums on the latest technologies which the industry is demanding, even in fact connecting the industries to the center of excellences. So we are also working very closely with the Odisha government in a few of the universities as well as the colleges also. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tarun Patnaik, a proud son of Odisha, born, brought up and educated in Odisha. I graduated from Burla in 1995. Into my 28th year of ITES, part of the opening ceremony on 22nd.
Great, congratulations. I think Tarun, new center, and you are inaugurating Accenture Center. Awesome. So hi team, good afternoon. I'm Anchal Chopra. I'm from LinkedIn and I manage academic and government business. I think, and I was talking to Secretary Sir that hey, this is actually a transformation I experience every time when I come to Odisha as a state, because so much of development, I think skilling is something which government is really investing on, and as LinkedIn, we are very excited to be here. I'm definitely going to talk about more with respect to the representation, how jobs are changing. And I think as state, definitely Odisha is investing in their workforce and looking forward for more collaboration, more opportunities for the state.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Abhilasha Gaur. I'm Chief Operating Officer of Electronic Sector Skill Council of India. So we work with Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, as well as with Ministry of Electronics and IT, as their key implementing agency for various capacity development programs. And I can only say that my appreciations for Odisha government, what we see is Skill India. I can really see that the will to make it enable. Will can be seen to make it successful, the Skill India. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Victor Sundarraj. I'm an Associate Vice President at Infosys. I lead few portfolios. First, I lead the Engineering and Emerging Technologies Learning Initiatives at Infosys. And I'm the Chief Mentor for Infosys Springboard program, which is a digital literacy program to enable 10 million learners on digital and life skills. So I look forward to this discussion and sharing more about those initiatives.
Thank you all. I'm Lakshmi. I'm the global head for AI and quantum initiatives at Boston. I represent Boston Limited, which is a UK-based company. We are 30 plus years old in the space of technology. We are majorly working on high-performance computing, AI solutions, and now into quantum. Looking forward to discuss more on the skill requirement and industry expectations and the skill gap is the core topic we are planning to discuss more into details. So I'll start with Mr. Raghu to give us some brief understanding on the semiconductor market and the kind of quality skill set you are looking for recruitment.
Thank you. So it's always tough to start a discussion, but the segment that I'm coming from, or we are coming from, to set up something new in India in semiconductor. So that brings in a challenge by itself because there is no trained manpower available. There is no trained manpower available for semiconductor assembly, test, and packaging, which necessarily brings in another set of questions that what do we do, right? So, so instead of talking of a problem and then a solution and what the industry is doing, let me quickly go back 30 years before, where semiconductor design itself was a challenge, where we didn't have engineers designing semiconductor products in India. I think we came out of it with 30 years of our hard work. Now, we are second to none. I'm sure Bhubaneswar can boast about itself of talking of companies like Sankalp Semiconductor, who came out of an incubation center in one of your engineering colleges, and that had a very successful exit buyout by HCL. I have my friend from ANSYS over here, who recently got bought over by another company called Synopsys, which has a very big development center in Bhubaneswar. These are such examples that, and there are a few others, ASICZen and others in the semiconductor domain who are putting IPs over here. So what I meant to say is that 30 years was a long time where, we came out of the challenge. What did we all do? I mean, there are 4 pillars that when we look back 30 years behind, there was government, industry, institution, and VC community. This 4 of them came together to solve the problem. Government, from a Ministry of IT standpoint, set up programs like Special Manpower Development Program, through which, when I was with Mentor, and I'm sure Sir would know about ANSYS, we donated tools, semiconductor design tools to government, that in turn went to the institutes, and they started using such kind of tools to do design work and stuff. Various other activities happened. Now we are in the same state where now semiconductor industry wants to go up the value chain and put something together which is semiconductor assembly and packaging. And one such plant is what we are talking to the Odisha government here. And that necessarily brings a challenge that, how do we get people? What should we do to create a center of excellence? What should the industry body come together? Should we call it skilling, reskilling? Should we go outside and look at expats to bring into India? So combination of all that have been worked together. And, I think after this program, we are going to sign an MOU with Odisha government in putting a center of excellence for semiconductor packaging, the semiconductor device packaging, because sometimes people tend to think about a packaging, a mobile packaging and stuff like that, but this is semiconductor device packaging. So we will put all these programs put together, and I'm sure 10 years down the line, when we look back, we would have done all the right things to get a minimum of a lakh of people getting trained. And I also believe that, we should get out of, the hotspots like Bangalore, Hyderabad and stuff, because otherwise, we don't grow the industry. We don't get to a point where, the students would need us and stuff like that. So I think day before yesterday, I saw another news by VLSI Society of India signing up with Odisha government to do, funding for startups. So there's a big announcement here. So So I think combination of all that would help us.
On the recruitment side, and how you want to address that. And
Perfect. Thank you, Lakshmi. And, before I answer this kind of, growth opportunities as India that we have. Now, let's just look at the landscape with respect to jobs. And here I'm going to quote World Economic Forum report, which says that, hey, 83 million jobs are going to be declining in next 5 years. But at the same time, there are going to be 69 million new jobs are going to come. If I look at employers and way as LinkedIn, when we talk to a lot of companies, 97% of the companies look at LinkedIn when it comes to their talent strategy. We look at that 23% of the structural job change is going to happen for us. Now, let's understand few more things, newer things which are coming up. Green skills. These are the, you need to have your sustainability goals ready. I think every industry have this goal. You're looking at green skills. You need to have manpower with these skills. GAI, which is, of course, generative AI, is changing the landscape, whatever industry we are in. And let me just highlight in education industry as such, and this is again, I'm quoting LinkedIn report, which talks about 45% of your curriculum, classroom planning, there are certain things which can be augmented using, using generative AI. That's the kind of a world we are talking about. That means we need to prepare our students with growth mindsets. So there are two thoughts to it, which I want to kind of leave with, and I think we can go about discussing. One, hardcore skills, which every industry needs. And the second part is transferable skills, which is lifelong skills, transformative skills, which gives you growth mindset. So again, I'll quote in terms of, LinkedIn CEO's perspective, and I think a lot of series people, I'm assuming most of you here are on LinkedIn, and there is a great series which LinkedIn CEO runs. No career paths are linear. That means you always can develop and grow your skills. That's what we need in today's time, especially in GCC also. And again, I'm going to quote a little number. We are actually talking about, we are talking about 2,400 GCC going to be there in India. We are talking about 4.5 million employees going to be working in this industry. That means we are actually have to build up skills for this kind of a growth. So that's my 360-degree view of how the world look like for us.
Thank you, Anchal. Moving on to Anuji, I just want to understand your perspective on the type of skills for emerging technologies, majorly focusing on the advanced manufacturing segment.
So I believe everybody would be aware about additive manufacturing, 3D printing, or advanced manufacturing. So in last 10 years, the whole landscape has changed. Earlier, the technology was being used or being adopted only for the prototyping. Now, in last 10 years, the whole industry, and it is touching each and every industry. When we say each and every industry, so no industry is kind of non-relevant to this technology, starting from automotive to metal mining to piping to steel industries to healthcare, drone, EV, all the new emerging industries or high-tech companies which are coming up. They all are adopting this technology, and this technology has gone beyond prototyping. Now you can print a part by digital manufacturing techniques and use it as an end use. I would say more than half of the drones which you are seeing right now in the country are being 3D printed. They have not gone through a traditional way of manufacturing. So when we talk about digital manufacturing, additive manufacturing is at the forefront of adoption. It is all around, all across the industry, be it healthcare as well, and it is across the borders as well. So like while sitting at the stage itself, I remember 3 years ago, Vedanta Metal and Mining Jharsuguda plant. So I can proudly say they are the first plant in the country who had implemented digital manufacturing for printing their critical spare parts by reducing their downtime of the plant rather than waiting for those parts to come, because those parts are not high volume parts. So rather than waiting for those machines to be down and parts to come from Europe in 45 days, they are printing those critical parts in 4.5 hours and running their machines within 1 day itself. Rourkela steel plant, they have already started adopting these technologies for printing their spare parts, for printing the parts at the point of the needs, at the location where the parts are being required. Now to use and adopt this technology in a better way. So there are different ways to use it. So as there is a new learning as well. So as everybody is saying that yes, we have to find the new ways of learning. Some industry is moving towards 3D printed of implants, which are going in the body. Maybe 15 years ago, nobody had thought about it that yes, the implants are going to be manufactured as per the patient's body, as per the design, to give them the more comfort rather than using a standard implant. Now to drive these technologies, the technologies are already there now. Industry has started embracing it. So I would say the skills are also aligning towards it. As a company also, I see that there are a lot of universities and colleges, the state governments as well, be it Vedanta Metal Mining, be it Rourkela Steel Plant. So we are also working closely with institutes like GC Kalandi, where they have already started adopting and setting up these kind of AM labs to drive this technology to skill the manpower with the different certification courses. So I would say the way forward, definitely we are looking at is embracing these emerging technologies with more and more adoption in the industry, connecting the industry to the academia as well, where they both are talking to each other and both are understanding the needs of each other and providing the right resources and the technologies to them.
Thank you. I'll move on to Abhilasha. My question to you is on the new national credit framework launched 3 days back. And after hearing around the emerging technologies and the industry gap, what we are trying to address in today's session, can you throw us some light on what is this national credit framework, how it is going to impact on the new education policy, and what kind of trend we have to bring in to make this, whatever we are talking today, into an implementation stage?
Education system into one sync. Earlier, we see that UGC, AICT, CBSE, all these organizations were moving into different directions. But now if we talk about after this last year notification, everybody has agreed to one common system. And they said that in India, education system, you can divide it into level 1 to 8. So level 1, they say, if somebody is like till class 5 becomes level 1 of skilling and education, till class 8 is level 2, class 10th becomes level 3, class 12th becomes level 4, and then 0.5 can be added every year of undergraduation. So you can say undergraduate may be a 3-year BSc program or a 4-year BTech program. So level 5 and 6 will be there for another concept of that is called academic bank of credit. So any student who will be pursuing these skilling programs, they'll be getting a credit. So just like you have your own banks and then you keep on adding various things to it, same way in academic bank of credit, the various programs which you will be doing, they will be added in your credit. Just to give you a small example, if somebody wants to pursue a MTech degree, so normally what used to happen is semester 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe one semester is for the projects and rest semesters some of the subjects what you have to study. Whereas, for example, IIT Jodhpur allows you that there are different micro credentials or certificate courses which are there. You can add those courses and a MTech degree can be imparted to you. Same way, once even AICT allows you that once you are doing a BTech program, so under their scheme called Karma, that one semester you have to go for internship. If a student doesn't want to go for an internship and want to pursue a course, let's say in mechatronics or robotics, then they allow them and the same credit comes to that student also. So I think National Credit Framework allows and gives a lot of flexibility in terms of progression in the education system. Also, on 13th of February, APAR ID has been announced by Ministry of Education also. Just like your Aadhaar card, Aadhaar ID, which is a unique identification number, every student will get a APAR ID. And in APAR ID, all your education qualification from your school to college will be there. So once you want to pursue a higher education program, you need not to submit all your certificates. You just give your APAR ID identification number and your complete education credentials can be seen by that particular institution. Same way, I'm sure this will be useful for the industries also once they would be hiring candidates. So everything will be available under one ID. So I think National Credit Framework, Academic Banker of Credit, APAR ID, these are some of the good flexibilities which have come up. Also, I'll just add one more thing. Now, just to integrate skilling and a regular education system, now under National Council for Vocational Education and Training, if any of the industries who are providing any of the courses, let it be for the fresh skilling or upskilling of their employees, and they want that it has to be in sync with a national skill qualification framework, then this can be done, and even a government certificate under Skill India can be given to your own employees also. And in case you don't want to share your complete curriculum with us, then also it is okay. You just have to share the index that this is what I'll be training my candidates on, and same gets sync with the national skill qualification framework. And in that case, a joint certification can be given with NCVT and Skill India to all these employees also. So I think a lot of flexibilities which have come up in Indian education system after national credit framework has been announced. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move on to Mr. Tarun. I would like to throw a question around the emerging technologies, but at the same time, all of us are more focused on using the term emerging technologies. I would rather like to hear from you, what is the change and actually what is needed to be done to address that change to be incorporated in these skilling projects?
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, so every advent of new technology is always associated with skepticism. It goes back to 1800 when a telephone came, people said it devil's instrument. When electricity came, people says it's death and whatnot. But we know the truth. And it's nothing different with the latest trend in technology called Gen AI or generative AI. Now, there are two contradictory thoughts going on, right? Some people say that it will be resulting in a lot of job loss. It is biased, it's safety issues. And then we have this millennial, right? Every kid in the town wants to be a data engineer or an AI engineer overnight, right? But neither of it is actually true. In fact, in last September, I was in San Francisco, attending an in-person session with Sam Altman, the CEO and founder of OpenAI. His opening statement was, I am surprised that the AI works. He said it in a very constructive way, that such is the power of the composability, flexibility of generative AI, that it can do anything, right? Now, the question is, if you look at from 1980s till this point, there are 5 technology revolutions, right? PC, internet, mobile, cloud, and now we're talking of generative AI. And no technology has become obsolete. PC and internet combined and they gave us distributed computing. Cloud brought in new business model. Now with all this base and the foundation of technology being there, accepted, breaking all possibilities, generative AI coming on top of it, imagine the power and the possibilities. So I think the possibilities are plenty, what it can do to the industry. And more importantly, generative AI not only will have an impact on efficiency, productivity, creativity, you name it, and it can bring better value to enterprise, but it also has a human angle, there is a human aspect to it. So keeping in view that this is where the technology trend is going, how do you skill our people, right? So in that respect, I think the skilling would need to be a little holistic and more importantly, multi-skilling, right? I started my IT career 28 years back, and let me be honest, learning one technology, I could still be a hero for 8 years. And sooner I realized, I have to cross-skill, upskill myself, otherwise I'll be written off. I think the speed of technology has become faster as we speak. So there is no time for people to just sit down for 6 years and stick to one technology. With all these complex technologies playing in a very synergetic way, the need of the hour is multi-skilling. And apart from multi-skilling, the holistic skilling, right? Just by learning a technology probably would not take us to the place where we want to be. It has to be a little bit of knowledge on, you don't need to be an industry expert, but understanding the nuances of how the industry works, understanding the impact it would bring to the humankind, especially on generative AI, would actually make a lot of sense. And specifically talking about Bhubaneswar or Odisha now, with so many companies coming, with the infra, with the support, everything created, I think it's a big canvas to play. And I'm sure in next 5 years, it would be India's next Silicon Valley.
Thank you, Tarun. Moving to Mr. Amit, my question to you is around job opportunities in emerging technologies. When I specifying on the emerging technologies, we heard many thoughts around the skills required for emerging technologies, and every one of us are moving in that direction. So can you just help us understanding emerging technologies, all these new technologies from AI to generative AI, whatever we talk about, quantum, everything, what is the change you're looking at the job opportunity market?
Thank you, Lakshmi ji. Just to add to what Abhilasha said, I think we should break up education and learning and skilling into three parts. One is STEM education, which is when you are in school. Then other is UG, and the final is PG. So the skilling needs to be at different level and different kind of skilling at each level. We at ANSYS, we have a program for STEM, we have a program for undergraduates, and we have a program for postgraduates as well. And we feel that any company which makes a product, they will need virtual simulation sooner or later. And the only hindrance of adoption of simulation was the tools are very expensive and very complex. And these problems can be solved only by having availability of skilled manpower. And we are looking at Odisha as one of the major suppliers, not only of manpower, but we are opening few startup incubation centers also in Odisha. As Manoj sir said, Odisha should look more of creating entrepreneurs who will give job to people in Odisha rather than supplying manpower to other states. And we are perfectly aligned. So we should ideally have few startup incubation centers focusing on electronics and semiconductor, because electronics and semiconductor in next 8 years is supposed to, the electronics export is supposed to quadruple in next 8 years time, which is a big opportunity which Odisha has taken lead already. Plus, as far as emerging technologies, then lot of work is being done on EV electric vehicles, green hydrogen. There can be a lot of entrepreneurs who can get into this. The hottest spot for entrepreneurs today is drone technology. I interacted with a lot of startups in Odisha, and most of them have some of the product built around drones or related to drones. So a lot of things which Odisha is doing right. We have a semicon policy already written. We have already a few fab units coming in. We have electronics policy written, and we have the entire setup. Now, my request to the Odisha government would be not to let the spirit die down. As per my experience, all these things, they happen with a fanfare, but over the period they get dull. But the enthusiasm of people who are operating these things, it gets dull. So it is our duty to maintain the momentum and the enthusiasm for the longest duration. That is what we have to take care. Otherwise, I'm sure Odisha is in good hands.
Thank you. Moving to Mr. Victor, being the Vice President, Engineering and Emerging Technologies Academy, my question to you is on the type of skills. We are all talking about skilling. We are talking about emerging technologies. And we understand to a certain extent that the gap between the industry expectations and the skill gaps in student communities. While addressing the skilling part, I would really try to understand what type of skills we are talking about. What is the change we need to bring into practice when we say skilling, either it is upskilling or reskilling kind of concepts. Looking at the type of job change. This is not the engineering job when I entered industry maybe 25 years back, and today's engineering student entering into a job role. So what is that change, and how we are trying to address the change through this skilling? Because you are heading on the technology academy, what is that something differently we can do which addresses this need?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's also tough to be, Raghu, not only the first speaker, the last speaker. We need to ensure that I don't repeat any of the points. Before I answer this question, so let me set the context, of where we are. Number one, we are in post-COVID situations. And if I look at, the industries, IT, ITES industries, 60 to 70% of the employees are new, who joined, in the last 2 to 3 years, right? They do not know about the company much because they were all working from home right? So that's a major challenge. They do not know the culture of the company, right? So that's one setup, what we look at. And on the other hand, if you look at the technologies are evolving at such a faster pace, it's very, very tough to keep pace with those evolution, right? And if you are not keeping yourself up to date, you'll become obsolete very, very soon, right? So that's another scenario that is prevailing. Third, if you look at it, it's becoming a more and more a global setup, right? You as an individual, you need to know how to work in a team, how to work in a global team, how to work across time zones, right? And how to understand culture, right? And not only that, most of the industries nowadays are having a multi-generational workforce, right? I mean, very soon we see our own kids, joining the same companies and, they will work with us. Their way of working is different. Their mindset is different, right? And their thought process is different, right? And adding to all of that, as Tarun said, now it's becoming, human and machine working together, in the companies. We need to have, we need to train the workforce towards those scenarios as well, right? So these are different, scenarios that are prevailing. On the other hand, if you look at it from the skilling point of view, the analysts say last year, the predictions, 70% of the employees in the industries are not prepared for the future skills, right? So they're not ready for the future skills. And 75% of the employees, they only have the shallow, they are just at the top. They do not possess the depth that is required, right? So that's another, startling numbers that we see, right? Looking at all of this, right? So we need to see, this is the numbers in the industries, by the way, right? Not the colleges. You can imagine, with the stale syllabus that we have in the universities, how much is there for us to catch up, right? So that's on one side, right? So coming to the question on skilling and skills, from IT, ITES, or from Infosys point of view, the first and foremost thing that we look for is learnability, right? So, I think, holistically, we look at it in 4 different dimensions. So the first one is technology, right? Technical skills. Right? And Tarun mentioned about some of those skills. I normally put it in a very simple ways of ABCDs. A for automation, artificial intelligence, AR, VR, autonomous technologies. B for big data, blockchain. C for cloud, cybersecurity, communications, 5G. Now people are talking about 6G. D for digital, DevOps, right? And E for edge networks, Internet of Things. The list goes on and on, right? So these are all the emerging technologies, the technology skills that one needs to be aware of. The second, problem-solving skills. Why problem-solving skills? Now it's actually what's becoming more and more important is problem finding, right? Are you able to find the problem? Are you able to define it? And then,
we have the schemes, we have invited the industry, we have invited other stakeholders like institutions, and we are hoping that we will be able to kind of fit them together so that more and more ideas come for skilling the youth of Odisha. So not just in traditional sectors where of course it is required, but also in upcoming sectors and new age skilling needs which are there, so that our children can benefit. NUA Odisha, Nutan Odisha.
Skills. So as part of that, we have launched a free learning platform which has close to about 20,000 plus free courses across technologies, across life skills and so on. And it's not only the the platform and the online learning. There are faculty development programs, because we strongly believe the change should begin from the faculty who lead from the front, right? There are faculty development programs, and there are virtual labs that are part of it, certification programs, internship programs are part of the Infosys Springboard offerings. Many of them talked about that. And not only that, we are also setting up what we call it as a maker's lab, where the physical spaces where the students can come and soil their hands on this digital and emerging technologies, and the maker's labs on wheels as well, right? So these are some of the things which we are working with various state governments. We look forward to work with the government of Odisha to make these things available to the schools and to the colleges. Right? I just want to end with this famous quote: "Chance favors prepared minds." Right? So I think it's always better to be prepared, better to be skilled, to face the tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you. I have one question.
So I would not like to miss this chance at this platform where Victor has spoke about something, and I would also like to request, as there are so many government stakeholders and other stakeholders who are sitting here and who can really make a change. So we say if we really want to look for new Odisha or digital India, where we want that a 4-year-old or a 84-year-old should be able to, is comfortable at least with a smartphone, if I talk about, then I think we literally need to change the ABCD. And once we are talking about skilling, we are talking from maybe once a student passes his school and he reaches for his higher education. I think what we need to do, if we really look forward for a change, is to induct it at the pre-primary level. And when I said, let's change the ABCD, I literally mean ABCD. So when I say A for apple, or B for boy, or C for cat, or D for dog, so it started because it was easy for teachers to make everybody understand these things because these things were around. But if we want it now, then I'm sure we can make it that A for artificial intelligence, or B for Bluetooth or blockchain, C for cybersecurity or coding, D for data analysis, I for IoT. And trust me, it will not be difficult for the teachers to teach the kids. So once you enter and the door opens, or once you put your hand under a tap and the water comes, and once you are talking, a 2-year-old talking to Alexa, or you are driving various automated cars. So it will be easy for teachers to make them understand what is IoT, what is sensors and other things. And just imagine a child being exposed to these technologies, maybe on a very, very nascent stage at pre-primary level. And once they reaches to class 10th or 12th, and I think they'll have more wisdom and vision that what kind of career they want to pursue ahead. And just in this regard, Electronic Sector Skill Council of India has launched a Electronics and IT Olympiad from class 6th. So we just want to make students understand that when the government is talking about chips and wafers, they are not from Lay's. So I think this is very, very important that once we start training our kids from a pre-primary level and then take them ahead, I'm sure most of the challenges will be able to resolve. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question to Manojji before we just want to share my thoughts because all the panelists have already covered on the skilling, what type of steps to be taken up and all. 2 points from me being a practitioner in the technology space. While we are talking about the skilling, emerging technologies and all, we should really focus on the why factor, make the student understand why they are studying on the specific technology or field, whether it is school, college, university. I see that gap of understanding why they are applying particular code, maybe a formula, whatever it is, to a given problem statement. That is really missing in the learning journey. The second one is the application part of it. Most of the colleges, to make it fancy, they've added AI, data science, IoT, cybersecurity has an elective or a specialization paper or maybe mainstream of branches, but most of the students don't even understand the application side of the subjects they are studying in the classroom. With this particular context, if a student is being passed with some 98% being a gold medalist, sitting an interview and can't answer the application side of any of these terms on machine learning, data science, whatever it is, he or she can really make no big difference in the industry. So from my side, on the practicing of the technology field, application understanding should be taken as a serious component while we talk about skilling. It's not just a skill and a fancy word like we have trained thousands of lakhs of students in the skilling projects and all engineering colleges mentioning that we are teaching them AI. Most of the students even don't understand exactly what AI means. I keep seeing even 4-5 years experience candidates coming for data science relevant interviews, they don't understand the application side of it. Business analytics, AI, and emerging technology, whatever it is, people should understand the why factor before they study, and they should be comfortable with the application side at the end of the learning journey. So if these two are being addressed through this Center of Excellencies, which Odisha government is taking up, I think we all can really see the difference between the learning before the candidate after going through the learning journey, and how good they can actually contribute to the society. Manoj sir, I've been hearing a lot, and I think couple of years even I have seen a lot of growth opportunities around Odisha, and especially in Bhubaneswar, so many startups. I think you stand ahead in keeping the startup culture, which actually no need for any student to wait for an employment. They are being encouraged to be an entrepreneur on herself. And in this direction, after all the thoughts from the panelists, we just want to conclude this session with something from the government angle, the steps you are taking up in this direction.
Thank you so much, Lakshmiji. Very interesting here, all of you. I think we have about 5 minutes, so I can speak for 2. One, I just wanted to respond because I think it was directed to the government that government is doing good work with a lot of energy, but the energy should not fizzle out. It should not. You see who is heading us. The Honorable CM, 25 years as CM. You see him on his 25th year, working 10 times more than what he worked on his first year. Do you think he will allow us to do that? We don't. But coming to the point of Odisha, I think it's a very valid point that you have raised. And I can take a little pot shot with even the professionals, including in this. But it's not important that they understand everything before they take up a career. They must understand fear. So wherever I go to colleges and schools, I tell them that it is time for you to learn. If you don't learn, somebody else is learning. And who is that somebody? The computer. We started with Google. We saw that Google was more like a librarian. So you ask Google anything, it will point out to top 20 pages where you will go and you will learn. Google didn't give you answer. It was just like an index. So it's just like a librarian. It used to guide you, direct you where the answers you may find. But today, Google has learned the entire library by heart. So while we were debating so in this context, I think to our own kids, to people that we meet, we have to tell them that they have to rethink and learn. And it's an area next 5, 7, 10 years. It will be so different and so challenging, and that we should not give an exact road how they will travel, but they need to know why they are doing it. So if they don't do it, the machine will do it better. So I think that is what we tell to ourselves, we tell to others, that we need to, I think Victor touched upon that point very briefly, which I think needs to be little elaborated, is that people say that if everything machine is going to do, where the jobs will come from? Many of us will find it hard to answer. It is a fact. Today, Facebook is growing by about 42% year on year. Yet it is retrenching. It is slimming down for the sake of more efficiency. So the machines are becoming better. So what exactly we are supposed to do in terms of learning? He told that, but I don't know whether people registered it, so I'll just repeat it. The job of real intelligence human beings will be to find problems, define it, to have a solution to it. The solution will be done better by the AI, better by the machine. But machine will find it hard to find problems of human beings. So can we do that? Can we give this mindset to our kids as a challenge? I think I take that upon. Whatever you said, we will take it on under note and we'll try and do our best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, esteemed dignitaries present on the dais. Thank you, audience, for the cooperation. May I request all of you to please come forward and pose for a group photograph. And meanwhile, I request Srimati Usha Pari, Principal Secretary, STTE, Government of Odisha, to please come and join us and to do the honor to felicitate our dignitaries on the dais with a token of appreciation and traditional representation of Odisha's handloom. I would like to remind all of you that we are heading for the most important part of this entire evening, where the next session will be graced by none other than Honorable CM of our state, Sri Naveen Patnaik sir. So we are getting ready for the most valuable part. The true leader of 4.5 million ODIs. So I request all of you to please be attentive and be present inside the hall. And meanwhile, if you want, you can check. Meanwhile, if you want, you can have a cup of tea or coffee. But again, I request all of you to please be here. Sound का क्या issue हो रहा है? Check. Can we increase the volume a bit? I request all of you to please be seated because very soon our Honorable CM of State will be gracing the occasion. Yes, I am. I request Shri Ritesh Agarwal, someone from OYO, to be here. Professor Surabhi Bharti, Shri Raghu Panikar, Dhritiman Sengupta, Venkatesh Krishnan, Victor Sundararaj. I request all the people who would be presenting their respective forums, institution, organization during the exchange of MOUs to please be present in the left side. Left side of the stage, we have specific seat arrangements for all of you for conducting the entire procedure in a smoother way. Sri Victor Sundararaj, General Manager, Human Resource, Johnson Lives, Mr. Pradeep Kumar, Vice President Sales, Mr. Rajat Ojha, Director, Mr. Sanjay Gupta, CEO, Air India, SATS, Ameya Vanjari, DNB Kumar Guru, Dr. Sandeep Kumar, Assistant Professor, IIT Delhi, Ravikant Yamarthi, CEO, Logistics Sector Skill Council, to please be present. In the left side, where we have a very specific seat arrangement. I request everyone to please come inside. I request everyone once again to please come inside. Well, regarding Odisha's transformation, wonderful transformation, we have some particular videos, and I request all of you to please have a look on the same, and console, please play the transformative videos. We also welcome Dr. Arvind Kumar Pari, Principal Secretary, Handloom Textile. These are some of the transformation videos which we can go through. And we are here witnessing the Global Summit on NUA Odisha, Nutana Unnata Abhilasha, which has become a reality from a vision, and this has become possible only because of the dynamic leadership of our Honorable CM, Shri Naveen Patnaik sir, and for the befitting team. Okay. I'll correct it while doing for her designation. Again, I request everyone to please come inside. Do not block the doors over there. The special session, and he will give his keynote address. He would be arriving within short time. I request our audience who have parked their vehicles in front of the main passage, main entry, to please remove it from there because it will create hindrance. I request once again, ଯେଉଁମାନେ ବି ନିଜର ବାଇକ୍ କିମ୍ବା ଗାଡ଼ି ପାର୍କ କରିଛନ୍ତି ମେନ୍ ଏଣ୍ଟ୍ରି ପାଖରେ, ପ୍ଲିଜ୍ ତାକୁ ଟିକେ ସାଇଡ୍ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ। जिन्होंने भी अपना गाड़ी या फिर बाइक पार्क किया हुआ है मेन एंट्री के पास, प्लीज आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू अपना व्हीकल थोड़ा दूर पार्क करिए। क्रीड़ा थारू आरंभ करी विज्ञान वैज्ञानिक कौशल, शिक्षा थारू आरंभ करी बुणाकार मानकर बा हस्ततंत्र, सबुथिरे ओडिशा को मिल पारी एक स्वतंत्र पाया, एक स्वतंत्र पहचान, जहाँकि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदयंकर बलिष्ठ नेतृत्व पाई संभव हो पारी। आज ओडिशा आउ बेस्ट केप्ट सिक्रेट है कि नहीं, विश्व दरबार रे कोण अनुकोण रे खाली ओडिया नुहे, अण ओडिया अण भारतीय समस्ते जानते ओडिशा को। आमे गर्व रे कहू आमे ओडिया। Before this session commences, I would definitely like to thank our partners, organizing partner, World Skills Center, industry partner, FICCI, knowledge partner, McKinsey and Company, summit partner, Deloitte, HR partner, SHRM and NHRD. Thank you for your immense support and extended help.
Hello.
Thank you for clearing the main door passage over here. And I request whoever has parked their vehicle, please remove it from there. Our Honorable CM has specific interest in sports, arts and artisans. As all of you are aware that Odisha is known in global forum for various things, and one of the most important part is all about Odisha handloom. And I would like to mention specifically the ikat design, which belongs to Odisha. We got special recognition in global forum for this particular ikat design, and that and we got this we got this state of appreciation because of the effort of our Honorable CM and team. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I request all of you to please be seated and clear the passage.
Hey, check.
A state which is known as the soul of our country, blessed with rich minerals, and we have rich cultural heritage. But we cannot deny that every year, the attack of natural calamities is actually a problem. But how do we combat the strategies, the leadership related to particularly combating natural calamities? We got a true leader status in global forum, and all the universities, institutions and countries, they are studying, they are appreciating the strategies. So in a nutshell, we can say his vision and foresight that has made Odisha what we are today, an inspiring tale of transformation. There are certain transformative videos which you can have a look at the both side of the stage. the delegates, the dignitaries, the intellectuals who have arrived from different corners of our country and beyond. I would like to convey that our Honorable CM is a very good writer and he has written 3 books so far. A Second Paradise, A Desert Kingdom, and The Garden of Life are some of his creations. Odisha is a state which has dared to aspire and achieve under the dynamic leadership of its CM, Sri Naveen Patnaik. Transitioning fast, it has aligned its development objectives and sectoral growth with the changing demographic scenario that wants to be skilled on its feet and ready to take on the challenges of the future, where technology is ever so dynamic and calls the shots. It is the realization of the importance of aligning skills with employment opportunities that has led to the Nutana Unnata Abhilasa, that is NUA Odisha, some of the best minds from a host of sectors from India and abroad, whom we heard in various sessions, and also there are remaining sessions which we will witness today and tomorrow. So that is what NUA Odisha Global Summit on Growth and Employment is all about. After CM's session, we have a Pride of Odisha session. And after that, we will witness some amazing lucrative cultural performances by artists from our state who are spreading their glory and their art in global forum. I request all of you to please stay tuned and join us in Vatika for the cultural session in the later part of the evening. Taliheja on growth and employment, everyone. This is clearly an indication of his sincerity and his good work that we have achieved this stage. And Odisha has become an example for all other states in India and beyond. Put your hands together, everyone. Let's welcome the favorite CM of the entire nation who has been voted as the #1 CM, not only once or twice, but continuously 5 times in a row as per the statistical survey. It's a matter of honor for all of us. And also we welcome Chairman 5T and AMO Odisha, NUA Odisha, Shri V.K. Pandyan, sir, on the dais. I also welcome Honorable Minister, Skill Development and Technical Education, Odisha, Shri Pritiranjan Gharai. I also welcome Chairperson OSDA, Srimati Alka Mishra, on stage. Principal Secretary, ST&TE Department, Government of Odisha, Srimati Usha Pari. CEO OSDA, Shri Reghuji, on the dais. A big round of applause, everyone, once again, and thank you. Please be seated. Now I request Mrs. Alka Mishra, Chairperson OSDA, to present the opening remarks of this session. Over to ma'am. Check.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Honorable Naveen Patnaik ji, the most beloved Chief Minister, who recently became the best Chief Minister for the country. A round of applause, please. Accompanying him on the dais are Honorable Skill Minister, Shri Gharai, Principal Secretary Skill, Mrs. Pari, and Director Employment, Mr. Reghu. There is a galaxy of industry stalwarts, founders, private equity persons, sir, who are here to listen to you, to speak to you, and to thank you in many ways. I want to begin this evening by saying a big thank you from a tribal girl I recently met who said, I'm here because of Skilled in Odisha. So on behalf of her, she may not be able to come and say thank you to you personally. I say a big thank you to you. On behalf of a tribal boy from Bodh, who from World Skills Center went to Singapore and is currently doing an internship there with our partners in Singapore, he sends a big thank you to you. The investments which have recently happened in the state of Odisha are all thanks to your exemplary leadership and all the transformation journey that the state is seeing just now. The investments are coming in so quickly and in such new areas and new sectors that we in the Department of Skill and the Odisha Skill Development Authority would like to assure you that we would do anything and everything to ensure that we have Skilled in Odisha as a brand for all the youth in Odisha, so they not only get value-add jobs in whether it's AI, blockchain, or semiconductor, as the session we had recently, or in the logistics space, which was about 2 hours ago, where there was a commitment that they would want to not only invest, but help with the youth in the state of Odisha. On behalf of everyone here today, I welcome you for being with us in this Growth and Employment Summit and eagerly wait to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mishra. We have the presence of a young and dynamic personality who is efficient enough to turn the table, and currently he is serving as the Honorable Minister, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha. With due respect, I would be requesting Shri Prithviranjan Gharai for his address. Sir, over to you.
Jai Jagannath, Honorable Chief Minister Sri Naveen Patnaik ji, Honorable Chairman 5T and AMA Odisha, Naveen Odisha, Principal Secretary SDNTE, OSDA Chairman, esteemed guests and industry leaders, distinguished members. Under the visionary leadership of our beloved Chief Minister, the NUA Odisha Global Summit on Growth and Employment reflects our collective commitment towards the Odisha's transformative ecosystem. His insights and guidance are inspiring us to work collectively towards a brighter future for Odisha. Skilled in Odisha has been a global brand, and Odisha has been a skill hub. In this summit, SDNT department aims to attract potential recruiters and investors for creating a bridge between the opportunities, our state presence, and the dynamic needs of the global market. Skilled workforce preparedness is our key focus, and through collaborative discussions, we aim to strategize and implement initiatives that ensure our workforce is not just competent for today, but resilient and adaptable for the challenges of tomorrow. Odisha has become a land of opportunities. Innovative approaches for skill development, job creation, and workforce enhancement are crucial components of our vision. This summit will act as a melting pot of ideas where thought leaders will converge to identify novel solutions that will drive economic growth and employment opportunities in Odisha. The development of skilled workforce for upcoming industries is paramount, and this summit serves as a platform to align the skills of our workforce with the evolving demands of emerging sectors, positioning Odisha at the forefront of economic development. Let us use the NUA Odisha Global Summit as a catalyst for change, forging partnerships, exchanging ideas, and collectively contributing to the growth and prosperity of Odisha. Together, we can build a future where the people of Odisha thrive in a dynamic, sustainable, and inclusive economy. Thank you, and I look forward to the success of this summit. Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you, Sri Ghare. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries and galaxy of intellectual people present over here, dignitaries on the dais. The time has arrived that we will go for exchange of MOUs for some strategic partnerships that will enhance the skilling and employment opportunities within the Odisha ecosystem. And from Government of Odisha, I would be first inviting Sri Raghuji, CEO OSDA, to please be present as the first party. And on promotion of homestays, the very first MOU, I would be requesting the representative from Oyo Hotels and Homes Private Limited to please come and join us. And ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause. Shri Ritesh Agarwal, founder and CEO, and a true son of soil who hails from Odisha. Congratulations. Seeking the blessing of our leader. Congratulations. Next, Professor Surya Bharti, Vice Chancellor, EFLU, Building English and Foreign Language Skills for Youth of Odisha. Thank you so much. I request Sri Raghu Panikar, Kenny Semicon Private Limited, on skilling in semiconductor sector to please come forward and to exchange the MOU. Congratulations. Next, I would be requesting Dhritiman Sengupta, National Head Sales and Strategic Accounts, to please come and exchange the MOU with Government of Odisha providing placement opportunity to ITI Polytechnics. Next, I would be requesting Ms. Vinnie Jory from Microsoft to please come and exchange the MOU, letter of intent, enriching skills for students and teachers in leading-edge Microsoft technologies. May I request Shri Victor Sundararaj, AVP Infosys, to please come for the next MOU, offering Springboard platform for students under CSR. Can I expect a louder applause from all of you? Thank you. Moving ahead, General Manager, Human Resources, Johnson Lifts Private Limited. The MOU is on employment opportunities to the youth of Odisha trained under ITI's Polytechnics. Mr. Pradeep Kumar, Vice President Sales, to be present, and the MOU is on employment opportunities to the youth of Odisha trained under ITI's Polytechnics. I request Mr. Rajat Ojha, Director, to be present over here and to exchange the MOU on employment opportunities to the youth of Odisha trained under ITI's Polytechnics. Thank you, Mr. Ojha. Thank you, Mr. Reguji. I will be requesting from Government of Odisha, I'll be requesting as the first party, Srimati Debadatta Suranjita Jaina, Director Aviation, to please be present over here. And I'd be requesting Mr. Sanjay Gupta, CEO, Air India SATS Airport Services Private Limited. This would be on specialized job-oriented ground handling and airport customer service executive programs. A big round of applause. Thank you, both of you. Now I'll be requesting Sri Gangadhar Sahu, Additional Secretary, SDTE Department, to please come over here. And Sri Amay Vanjari, Chief Operating Officer, Tata Strive, Sri DNV Kumara Guru, Senior Director, Advancement, Alumni Engagement, Indian School of Business, to please present over here. This would be on CM Skill Development Fellowship Program. Thank you, three of you. I'd be requesting Sri Tapan Satpathy, Additional Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education Department, to please come and present over here. And Dr. Sandeep Kumar, Assistant Professor, IIT Delhi. This would be on Center of Excellence for Learning in Artificial Intelligence. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Now I'd be requesting Sri Pinaki Patnaik, COO, World Skills Center, and Ravikant Yamarthi, Chief Executive Officer, Logistics Sector, Skill Council, to please present over here. And the MOU would be exchanged on improve and strengthen skilling ecosystem in logistics and supply chain management. Now, one more important part of this momentous occasion, ladies and gentlemen, I would be requesting our Honorable CM to launch 3 strategic partnership programs by pressing the button in the remote. Can we offer the remote to our Honorable CM and, of course, audience, a round of applause? The 3 strategic programs are based on Skilled in Odisha Intensive Program, Nano Unicorn Scheme as the State Sector Scheme, World Skills Center as recruitment agency for overseas placement. This will promote internship opportunities, encouraging entrepreneurship and helping the skilled workforce to go global. Thank you so much. Now, I would be requesting to have a look on the theme song of Skilled in Odisha, written by Nilamada Panda. Can we play the song? Beautifully conveyed and emotionally connected, Lakhya Nuhe Besi Duro. Ladies and gentlemen, this video encapsulates the philosophy of Honorable CM Shri Naveen Patnaik, who had envisioned an aspirational generation of skilled workforce which leaves its imprint on the nation as well as global map. Moving ahead, I would be requesting our Honorable CM to render the keynote address with all due respect.
Joy Jagannath. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Samastanku Namaskar. In the age of rapidly changing technology and impact on our future, we must be in a position to swiftly adapt to the new dimensions of socio-economic structure. The first NUA Odisha Global Summit on Growth and Employment here is a platform to understand the trends and set a clear path for the future of our youth. I extend my warm greetings to all of you to this trend-setting summit. Transformation for us is not just a choice, it is an essentiality. Our youth must be future ready. As we stand at the crossroads of economic evolution, it is imperative that we come together, industry leaders and other key stakeholders, to deliberate on our strategies that will shape the destiny of our workforce and propel Odisha towards unprecedented prosperity. I believe this summit will lay the foundation for identifying potential growth sectors, future workforce strategies, innovative job creation, and opportunities, and developing our skills in Odisha for upcoming industries. Together we can unlock the vast potential that Odisha holds and create an economically vibrant and socially inclusive future. I extend my best wishes to the stakeholders for a successful and productive summit. Bande Utkal Janani.
Check. Thank you so much, sir, for the inspiring words. Now, may I request Principal Secretary, ST&T Department, Srimati Usha Pari, for a vote of thanks.
Namaskar and very good evening to all of you. I take this opportunity to thank the Honorable CM for his gracious presence. Sir, you have been a source of inspiration and we assure you to take Skilled in Odisha to greater height. Thank you so much, sir, for making it today. I would like to thank our Honorable Minister, who as a head of the family has always been supportive of all our initiatives being taken for transforming skill ecosystem in Odisha. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Mrs. Alka Mishra, Chairperson OSDA, who has initiated this idea of the summit. I would like to thank all our friends from various industries who have reposed their faith on Odisha and have come to contribute to Skilled in Odisha's program. Thank you so much. I am grateful to my entire team, principals of ITES, polytechnics, district skill and employment officers, heads of engineering and management colleges, vice chancellors, representatives from other departments, and my colleagues from the directorates, Word Skill Center, media friends. I would like to thank each one of you. I would also like to thank everyone behind the scene who have made this summit successful and meaningful. This summit will contribute to our collective vision of transforming the skill ecosystem of Odisha and making Skilled in Odisha a truly global brand and provide immense opportunities to our youth. Thank you everyone. Namaskar. Bande Utkala Janani.
I request everyone to please be seated till CM sir leaves for his next meeting. And we have more number of sessions and a very important talk session. So I request everyone to please be seated. The passage should be clear. Thank you so much, everyone, and special thanks, heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable CM Shri Naveen Patnaik and Chairman 5T, Chairman MOU Odisha, NUA Odisha, Shri V.K. Pandian, sir. And Honorable Ministers, SDTE, Government of Odisha, Shri Prithiranjan Garai. We have one more session today. This is all about dialogue with Pride of Odisha. We have some stalwarts from our own state of Odisha who would be sharing their journey, their inspirational journey, their achievements, and of course, the challenges they have faced. But before that, there is an important talk session. One chair. Sir, one chair. One chair. Yes, one chair. I request everyone to please be here because we have one more valuable session where you'd be meeting the real-time heroes who have spread the glory of Odisha and who feel super proud to be an Odia. We have a very valuable session, talk session in fact, which will be rendered by Honorable Chairman 5T and Chairman MOU Odisha, NUA Odisha, AONO, Shri V.K. Pandian sir, within couple of minutes. So I request everyone to please be here. Acha, I said this. Once again, I request everyone to please be present over here because very soon, Chairman 5T and Chairman AMO Odisha, Navin Odisha, Shri V.K. Pandian sir will be addressing all of us. Again, I request all of you to please be seated because Shri V.K. Pandian, Chairman 5T, Chairman AMO Odisha, Navin Odisha, he would be joining us and he will address. I would also like to draw your attention that we would be witnessing a fireside chat in the next session, which we have named as Dialogue with Pride of Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, where the speakers are Mr. Ritesh Agarwal, founder OYO, Mr. Ashish Mahapatra, co-founder and CEO of Business. And it would be moderated by Ms. Ketki Angre, Times Internet, the renowned journalist. But before that, we have a talk session of 5T Chairman and Chairman AMO Odisha, Navin Odisha, Shri V.K. Pandian sir. We welcome you, sir, once again. AMO NUA Odisha Sarathi, Chairman 5T, Chairman AMO Odisha, Navin Odisha, Shri V.K. Pandian sir. And to carry the further session, I would be requesting CEO OSDA, Shri Raghuji.
Hello.
So welcome you to this global summit.
Jai Jagannath. Samasanga Namaskar. Yeah, very good evening to all of you. First of all, my sincere thanks to all of you for coming here and participating in the first ever NUA Odisha Global Summit on Growth and Employment. Very grateful. It's generally a difficult job to keep people interested in post-lunch session, especially in a cool atmosphere. If you have had a whole day session, then it is doubly challenging to keep a session very interesting. I thought of something. I'll ask a question to all of you, 2-3 questions. How many of you have got first rank in your classes? Please raise your hands. Wow, wow, I'm very scared. Okay. How many of your children have got first rank in some class or other? Wow, some of them have raised for both. Very good. Okay. How many of you in your field feel you are number one in your field? Please raise your hands. Okay, good. Don't, no half-hearted attempts. Okay, how many of you want to be number one in your field? That is an easy question. Great, thank you. We all know how difficult it is to reach the top, how difficult it is to get that number one, rank number one, whether it is class 5B section or class 10A section, or you take the entire class or the school. It's always difficult to get that number one spot. Sometimes people say you are lucky, sometimes people say that by accident you get it, sometimes people say that, oh, this guy has done hard work and we all know that he will come as number one. Sometimes, like me, people say, my teacher told when I topped the national entrance in for IRA, agriculture, one of my teachers joked and said, when did they give you the question paper? Previous night or in the exam hall? So it varies from person to person. But the point is, to get number one has to really work hard. One has to sacrifice. One has to have that strong determination. We might have seen in our children what that burning desire, that commitment. Oh, Kumar has come number one this time. He is just breathing in my neck. Next month, I will beat him. Every month is a struggle. Every year is a struggle. It starts from class 1 or pre-KG, and it continues even now. And it continues in every form possible. And we always want to be the number one, whether it is sports, whether it is recreation, whether it is education, whether it is industry, whether it is skill, everything. But to reach that number one and to maintain that is one of the toughest challenges one faces. Now imagine to come to number one in a classroom or a school or a district, you have to put so much effort, sacrifice so much. Here is a person who is number one in the country. Number one in the country. I remember the first time when he became number one. It was 2003. India Today's ranking came, and he was ranked as the number one chief minister in the country. It was 2003. Why I remember? Because I was sub-collector in a subdivision called Dharamgarh in Kalahandi. He had come to Kalahandi with the India Today, because that day India Today had come. Maybe he had got it in the airport or something and carried it, and he was seeing it and discussing. That's how I remember. So from 2003 to 2024, it's 2 decades. And he has maintained that number one for 20 years. 20 years. In the process, what all one has crossed. When he took over as chief minister, computers were just entering India. Big, those desktop regime was there. People were not aware of computers. Then computers came, laptop came, iPhones came. Then there was a sudden surge of 24/7 news channels. And then finally the social media. Why I want to go through this trajectory is because you are subjected to so much of scrutiny. It's very difficult to maintain that kind of impeccable integrity, commitment, dedication in public eye when you have so much of scrutiny. And this man has done it all. 20 years. Whether it is computer era or electronic media era or social media era, nobody could point a single finger at him. And he has maintained that impeccable integrity, commitment, dedication for the state. And in every election, his majority goes up. His popularity goes up and his vote share goes up. It keeps rising. There should be something in him because of which people of Odisha are continuously in love with him for more than 2 decades. Almost 2.5 decades it's going to be. It's 24th year now. How is that possible? What did he do that people of Odisha are so much in love with him? What is the secret? This is what I am going to speak a bit, because I am blessed to be with him for last 15, 16 years, very closely working with him. So I'll give some glimpses of perhaps why people fell in love with Mr. Naveen Patnaik. When he took over as Chief Minister of Odisha, Odisha was known for poverty and starvation. Odisha was a food deficit state. Odisha was dependent on other states for its own food security. It was ravaged continuously by cyclone, super cyclone, floods. And it was known for mishandling floods and super cyclones. In fact, in 1999, more than 10,000 precious lives were lost and Odisha's economy was broke. Odisha was in shambles and Odisha's economy was in doldrums. Odisha government was not able to pay salary for its own staff for 6 months, 3 months. Were dependent on RBI to release that overdraft to pay its own salary. That was the stage at which the Chief Minister took over as the CM of Odisha. So he kept 3 important targets. The first target was, I can't stop cyclones and super cyclones from hitting Odisha. It's a coastal state and we have a large coastline and the state is located in the neck of a peninsula which has the highest exposure to any natural calamity. So he decided, let cyclones come, but people of Odisha will have the courage to see through the cyclone, look at the eye of the cyclone and survive and flourish. How did he do that? He did a vulnerability mapping of the entire coast. He engaged IITs, did a vulnerability mapping of the entire coast, found out if the wind speed is this much, how much will be the wave rise and how much water will come up to where the water will come. If the wind speed is this much, how much flooding will... He did a complete scientific vulnerability mapping of the entire coast. Took scientific inputs, placed cyclone shelters and flood shelters at critical points. Wherever embankments were required, he put up embankments and improved the advanced warning system and involved people in understanding how a cyclone is formed and what kind of precautionary measures should happen, everything, community-based disaster management. He mastered that community-based disaster management. So he did everything in the coast. In 2012-13, we had a super cyclone called Phylin. The prediction was 250 kilometers per hour cyclonic wind speed. And the prediction was that you will have a huge disaster, lot of deaths will happen, and a part of Odisha will be stripped out because the angle in which it is going to hit is really bad. From BBC to US Navy projections, we all go by all those projections. Everyone predicted a doomsday for Odisha. The cyclone came. The cyclone hit at Gopalpur in 240, 38, 40, 45 kilometers per hour. We all waited for the death figures to come. We waited for 24 hours. Not a single death figure came. We waited for 48 hours. Not a single death figure came. Then we realized that Odisha has moved ahead. Odisha has seen the cyclone through its eyes and moved ahead. This is what Naveen Patnaik did in 12 years. So that was one of the biggest challenges he faced, cyclone. After that, we had Fani in 2000, which year is that? 2019, we had Fani. Vinyl, that clip. 2019, we had Fani. And after you can see that. In Fani, the cyclone was changing its trajectory often. It was supposed to hit Tamil Nadu, then it was supposed to hit Andhra. Then in last 20, it's one of the most unpredictable cyclones, even with all the advanced warning systems. Then finally, it was to hit Puri in 24 hours. Not even 24 hours, 18 hours. Odisha evacuated 1 million people in 14 hours straight. 1 million people. See the kind of infrastructure, see the kind of manpower mobilization, see the kind of sensitiveness the community-based disaster management has got. And for that, Odisha got a front page editorial in New York Times. How do you save 1 million people from a cyclone? I don't agree for the second part. I agree for the first part. So we had editorials in all the leading newspapers of the world. And the Honorable Chief Minister was awarded for specializing, benchmarking, setting global benchmarks in cyclone management by the United Nations. First time a regional government or a provisional government or a state government is awarded with a UN award for managing cyclones. It is generally given to the national government. First time an award, recognition was given to a state. He became number one. He became number one in disaster management, not in the country, but in the world. Odisha is known for its disaster management practices. Then his next biggest challenge was poverty. Odisha was suffering with almost 70% poverty. 2/3 of the population was below poverty line. So he took it as a challenge. He invested heavily in agriculture. So both are interlinked. We were also dependent on other states for our own food security. Only if Punjab and Haryana will send us railway wagons, we will have our public distribution system running. Otherwise, we have to wait. If 2 months there is a train delay, wagon is not available, then our people have to wait for public distribution system, rice distribution to happen. The Chief Minister decided that he will introduce latest technologies in agriculture. He will introduce all kinds of extension systems, and he will increase the irrigation facility in the state, by which he wanted to achieve food security in the shortest possible time. He kept a target to himself. In 10 years, from 2000 to 2010, Odisha should be self-sufficient in food security. With God's grace and teamwork, in 2007, Odisha achieved food security. Odisha was no more dependent on other states for food security. And 2010-11, Odisha started contributing to nation's food security. And today, it is the third largest contributor for food security in the country. So from a insecure state, he made our state a food secure state in a span of 12 years. And in 20 years now, we are we have overproduction of food grains. We have to sell outside. We have to contribute to food security of the public distribution system of other states. Many states are dependent on Odisha for public distribution system now. Their rice goes from Odisha. That's the stage where we have reached. In this process, Odisha is the only state, documented, only state to have doubled the farmers' income in 1 decade. Odisha is the only state who have doubled farmers' income in 1 decade. Again, a challenge was posed to Naveen Patnaik. He transformed the challenge. Not just he transformed the challenge, but he became number one in the country, the only state to have doubled farmers' income in the first decade, from 2000 to 2011-12. I spoke about poverty. It was 68% when he took over as chief minister, with all his interventions in social sector, agriculture, irrigation, everything put together. He reduced the poverty from 68% to the latest 11% in multidimensional poverty. 11%. I think it is about lifting almost 1,80,00,000 people out of poverty. 1,80,00,000 people out of poverty. It will be comparable to many countries. And he has done it in the fastest possible way. Again, number one, fastest reduction in poverty in the country is in Odisha. So this is one of his biggest challenges, the third challenge. The fourth challenge was, if I may put it, Odisha was bankrupt. We have to depend on other states for our own, paying the salary of our own employees. So he followed all fiscal prudence. He ruthlessly did everything, whatever is required, to improve the fiscal situation of the state. He cut down on waste expenditure. He was never populist. He invested on social capital. He invested on physical capital, which will give returns. Maybe the gestation period is little more, but it starts giving returns. And today, last 2 years, Odisha is the most revenue surplus state in the country. Odisha is the most revenue surplus state in the country. I think last year it was 28 or 30,000 crores, and this year I am told that we are going to cross 42,000 crores revenue surplus state in the country. Again, number one. He didn't become number one chief minister because of nothing. He faced every challenge which was posed to him, whether it is poverty, disaster management, agriculture, food security, revenue situation of the state. Made those huge turnarounds. Either he set a national benchmark or a global benchmark. I think if I have to give examples, I can keep going on. Let's take your field, investments. Odisha was the lowest in attracting investment in 2000, 2001, 2002. It was the lowest, it was top, it was in the bottom most. And today, last 2 years, Odisha is number 2 in attracting investments in the country. Number 2 in the country. Manufacturing investments. It's only after Maharashtra. That is the scale in which investments are happening, the speed in which investments are happening. Perhaps this is one place we are number 2. Maybe next year we should, with all your help, we should crack it and make it number 1. So if I have to speak on so many parameters, Odisha, we took up sports as a challenge. The chief minister realized that Odisha has huge potential in sports. So his belief is, his trust in youth. Investment in sports is investment in youth. Investment in youth is investment in future. That is his philosophy. So he started investing in sports very heavily. From 15-20 crores a year, we started investing 1,000 crores a year in sports. And in 3 years, 4 years, we turned around sports ecosystem in the state. And now Odisha is seen as the sports capital of the country. We have hosted 2 World Cups. We have hosted 2 World Cups, hockey. We have hosted 2 international events in athletics. We are the only state in South Asia to have an indoor athletic stadium. Our aquatic complex is the best in the country and perhaps the best in the world. That is the kind of infrastructure we boast on sports. In fact, when Hockey World Cup was to be held for the second time, I'll just give an example of how determined Chief Minister is when he wants to do something. When Hockey World Cup was decided to be hosted in Odisha India for the second time. So when India gets it, then they requested Odisha to host it. So when the request came to host Odisha, Hockey World Cup in Odisha, the Hockey Federation thought we'll host it in Bhubaneswar, which has all infrastructure, air connectivity, hotels are there, everything is there, players, facilities, everything. But the Chief Minister decided that there is a district called Sundargarh in Odisha, which is known for hockey. And at some point of time, half of the national team was from one district. Half of the Indian national team, hockey team, men, women, everyone was from one district called Sundargarh. So he decided, as a tribute to the hockey-loving people of Sundargarh, I should host the World Cup in Sundargarh, Rourkela. Many of you would know Rourkela. 20, just before the COVID happened. So then COVID happened. We started the work on building a stadium, building an airstrip, building hotels for the players. There was a challenge that with COVID and with lockdown and everything, whether we should be able to host it in Rourkela. The Chief Minister decided, I will put all my might. This is a challenge for all of us. My team will deliver and we'll make world's largest hockey stadium in a record time. Can we have the video, please? Odisha made the world's largest seated hockey stadium. Audio?
A feat of engineering, 15 months, with a world record, over 20,000 seating capacity. The stadium, one of the best that I've ever seen. Welcome to the hockey World Cup 2023. Watch Super Structures. There's a Honda Hockey Stadium log in 15th March, Wednesday, 8 p.m. on National Geographic.
So, we got Guinness record for having the largest seated stadium in the world. And that too in spite of COVID, with all the limitations, all this stuff come from all over the world. You have got shipments coming from Italy, from Europe, from all over the world. The floodlights have to come from somewhere. The AstroTurf has to come from somewhere. But everything was done in clock precision. And it was delivered in time. If you want to have an international event, your certification has to be done at a particular time. You need a buffer time to do the certification. It was all done as per timeline and dateline. That is the commitment with which the team Odisha delivered. This is an example of what we have done in sports. I'll show you one more video to show where we stand now. The transformation video. So this is a famous canal in Cuttack. Go piche. Put from first. Rewind and put from first. Where is vinyl? Where is vinyl? Please pause. I think you have crossed it. You have to go little piche, 2 seconds. So this is a classic example of, little aage. I want to show that SCB ka work. SCB medical ka work. Yes. Anyway, it's okay. So this is a classic example of a little transformation which was done in the heart of Cuttack. This also was done during COVID time. How many of you, okay, they got the picture. There you can see the state's biggest hospital coming up. That is the SCB Medical College. The Honorable Chief Minister is transforming the SCB Medical College into a world-class hospital. This will be the 5th largest hospital in the country. Perhaps in next 10 months, we should have that hospital. So what I wanted to say is that even in health sector, our transformation is huge. Every hospital which is a first referral unit is getting transformed in the state. You can't make out whether it's a government hospital or a private hospital. That is the kind of transformation which all the hospitals in the state is undergoing. So in every sector, there is huge transformation which is happening. How many of you have been to Puri? Almost everyone. Okay. Next, I'm going to show like 1.5 minutes of how Puri has been transformed. Next. The temple was like this with all its surroundings. Now it is like this, the same location. The other direction, it was like this. You can mark the temple in the front as a marker. After transformation. Earlier, 5,000 people used to stand in front of the temple. Now, lakhs of people can stand peacefully and do darshan. I'll show one more. This is on the western side. Many of you will have industry in Sambalpur. A 4-acre temple is transformed into 40 acres now. For next 500 acres, there is no problem. Then, this is one of our favorite transformations. I spoke about hospital transformation. I wish I could show some videos to all of you to convince all of you that what I say is what we have done. But schools, at least, we have a video on transformation. And we have got 8,651 high schools in the state. I'm happy to say that we have transformed all the high schools. We are the only state in the country who have transformed all the high schools in the last 3 years. All 8,600 high schools have been transformed. And now we are in the process of transforming the higher secondary schools and the colleges and the technical institutions. Maybe that will take about 2 years or 2.5 years. The entire higher education would have completely gone through a overhaul, not just physical infrastructure, but everything from curriculum to soft skills to everything what is required to make Odisha globally competitive. Please play. That's fine. Fine. So that's the story of each vertical I wanted to show. You might have seen major temples, historic sites getting transformed, restored. I must humbly say that every major temple in every panchayat is getting transformed. We are transforming about 10,000 temples in the state. Along with that, about 2,000 churches, 1,000 mosques, and whatever gurudwaras and Jain sites are there, all of them are getting transformed at one stroke. If you take health, all the first referral units in the state are getting transformed. In education, all the high schools and above are getting transformed. Perhaps the next would be the primary school and elementary school, because the numbers are so huge. We wanted to target where we get the returns first and make the community get convinced. The community has to get convinced that, okay, this is possible. Our government schools can look and do much better than private schools. Our government schools, we can transform the blackboards into smart boards, digital boards. Our kids can have access to the best of education. The trust has to come. So for the trust to come, we started the entry point at high school level, where we have done some little research. Wherever transformation has happened, wherever growth has happened, all of them have invested in high school at the first. You take China, you take Vietnam, you take South Korea. Whenever you have a research crunch and you want to focus on a sector, they have done it in high school. That's why we also started starting from high schools. Now, what is the reason for showing all these things to all of you? To convince you that we are a serious government, to convince you that the Chief Minister means business, to convince you that we are a team which actually delivers, walk the talk. I want to tell all of you that the first 10 years was poverty reduction for the state. Disaster management. You face challenges, you have to cross those challenges. We have come to a stage now where the state is in the takeoff stage. We just signed an MOU with 8th University of Berkeley for artificial intelligence, perhaps the first state to sign an MOU with UAE Berkeley for AI for all our school kids. So we are actually thinking big. The investments which we are planning to get has to help us in diversify in our income portfolio from being a mineral-based economy. The Chief Minister wants the state to grow in new world economy, knowledge economy, IT. All of you are here. That is where we have a huge opportunity to grow together. And we'll do it in style. We'll do it in speed you can't imagine. That much commitment I'll give you, and that is what I wanted to show all of you. If the Raja of Puri had mentioned 500 years, nothing substantial could be done for the Sri Mandir. 500 years. There were Rajas, Maharajas, British collectors, everyone, so many of them were there. They all tried and stopped it in between. Even in Odisha, earlier 2 or 3 chief ministers have tried and stopped after some time. But this chief minister decided, come what may, I'll get it done. I want to clean up the temple. I want next future generations to have a divine experience having a parikrama of the temple. I'll risk everything, but I'll get this job done. That's how a work which was not done for 500 years. He risked his political career and got into it, and got it done successfully with Lord's grace. So we are in a takeoff stage where we want to partner with all of you. Bakshi sir is here. He has taken skills to a particular level. We are the first and perhaps the only state so far to help India win a world medal, world skills competition mein gold medal. Odisha is the only state. I am so thankful to Madam Alka Mishra for organizing this with such personal touch and personal efforts with Madam Usha Padi. I can assure you, if any state is doing X in promoting investment, to facilitating your industry to come in, to facilitate your business, we will do it in 2X or 3X. That is the commitment I can give. And we'll do it in the most transparent manner. You don't have, the only vested interest of Chief Minister is people of Odisha. He has no other vested interest, and if anyone has any other vested interest, he is known for sacking dozens of ministers, arresting so many IAS officers, IPS officers, and sending many of these super class contractors to jail. He is known for it. He looks very soft, but he takes really tough decisions. So transparency is something which we stand for, and that is one of the reasons you see that growth of the state. I'll give you a small example. Jharkhand has mineral resources. Chhattisgarh has mineral resources. Karnataka has mineral resources. To some extent, Andhra also has mineral resources. In 2016-17, the MMDR Act was amended to go for transparent auction to settle the natural resources. So before that, our revenue was in the range of 5,000, 6,000 crores a year from mineral-based revenue. 6,000, 7,000 crores, sometimes 8,000, sometimes 6,000, like that range. All these other states I spoke about was 4,000, 5,000 crores range. Maybe 1,000, 2,000 crores less than Odisha at that point of time. Today, Odisha's earning from mineral resources is almost reaching 50,000 crores. From 6,000, 7,000, it has reached 50,000 crores. I don't want to tell about all other states. You can just check it and find out. I can tell you one thing, none of the states could double their mineral income, whereas Odisha has increased it by 7-8 times. From 6,000 crores to reach 50,000 crores. Imagine what kind of a transparent commitment government he has provided. And that is the same commitment, same transparency with which we all can work together and help each other, provide more jobs, empower the youth of the state, make profit for yourselves, and have a great experience of working and building a state and partners in building the nation. We should not compete with other states. Our challenge is we will compete with the best in the world. Our Chief Minister has always dreamt big. Disaster management, we should be the best in the world. Poverty reduction, we should be known not just for poverty reduction, but the speed in which we reduce poverty. Transformation, school transformation, do it in 2 years, 3 years, completely transform the entire education system. Health, we have got a assurance model of health. I don't think in the world anywhere it is there. Maybe in Cuba it is there, somebody told me. But otherwise, I'm not sure whether any other state, any other country has this kind of a system. We have a card called Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana scheme, in which 90% of the people of Odisha have been covered under this health card. 90% of the people. What is this card? It's almost like a debit card. We have empaneled about 700 hospitals in the country. It's not an insurance-based card. With due regards to whoever, if somebody is there from insurance sector, with due regards to you, we didn't want anyone to be intermediary between the patient and the service provider. That is the only reason. Because RSBY, we had very bad experience. Rashtriya whatever that Bima Yojana. The problem was, people did not get that satisfaction. You will raise a bill for 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, but the insurance company will allow for 1.5 lakhs. The hospital will do some harassment. All these things were happening. Chief Minister decided, we will form a trust in the state. From the trust, the money goes directly to the hospital, and it is completely seamless, cashless. The patient, a poor patient in Malkangiri, a tribal patient, has a heart attack. He can come with our ambulance, free ambulance, to Apollo, CARE, whichever hospital you name it. He will have the guts to enter that hospital because he has got this card. He doesn't have to wait for 20 years till he becomes rich to go to a good hospital and get admitted. He is empowered by Naveen Patnaik. He don't have to bother about anything. He goes, he swipes the card, he gets treated. The minute he swipes the card, uses the card, he gets a message saying that for your heart operation, your limit is 5 lakh rupees, 3.5 lakh rupees is used for this, still you have 1.5 lakh rupees. And the Chief Minister ran the extra mile for women. For male, it is 5 lakh rupees per year. And for women, it is 10 lakh rupees per year. Why he did that? Why he did that 10 lakhs for women? He knows very well. Whenever you put a limit on something, the limit first goes to the male member of the family. Your grandmother may be suffering from something, but you may think, maybe my son or my father will have some problem, I'll wait. My grandmother can adjust for some more time. Right? He wanted to kill this attitude by providing that extra for the woman. Why women should wait? Why women should have the second laugh? They should have an extra cushion. Now what happens? If a woman has a heart attack, the male will not think twice. He will think that, okay, Naveen Patnaik has given 5 lakhs more for woman. Take her to hospital. See the thought process behind every intervention of our Chief Minister. No wonder, after 2.5 decades, he still is the most popular Chief Minister and is #1 CM in the country. We are spending about 260 crores in this one intervention of Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana every month. So we spend about 3,000 crores every year in Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana. The state takes care of about 1,70,000 patients every month. So if you want a comparison, I can tell you, we are the only state who have not adopted Ayushman Bharat of Government of India because of two reasons. One is the scale in which the coverage is, the Chief Minister wanted to do extra, and the population coverage. Ayushman Bharat would have covered 55-60% of the population. CM wanted near universal health coverage for everyone. So 90% of the population has got this card now. The second part is Ayushman Bharat. If you Google and see, the budget for the entire country only on treatment, I am not telling about infrastructure, is about 7,000, 8,000 crores. The state spends 3,000 to 3,500 crores every year. So that is the difference you can see. So the Chief Minister wants to empower poor to have best access to hospitals, poor to have best access to education, poor to have best access to skills and employment. That is where all of us will join together. Skill development is doing really well. They are setting global benchmarks. I don't think any state in the country have got a tie-up with ITES, or any state in the country has got a skill mapping and skill perspective as done in Odisha. So inclusive and so futuristic at the same time. So that's what they have all done. Thank you so much. We'll all partner together. I can assure you, if you partner with Odisha, we both will join together and take state to global benchmark. Thank you so much. Thanks for your patient listening.
Thank you, sir, indebted for your inspiring speech.
So if we all join together, we'll become #1, rank #1, which all of us dream in every field. Thank you. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you, sir. I'd be requesting Chairperson OSDA, Srimati Alka Mishra, to please join us on the stage and to present a token of appreciation to none other than Chairman 5T, Chairman MOU Odisha, Naveen Odisha, Shri V.K. Pandian, sir. Please put your hands together, everyone. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for leveling up this summit with your motivating words. Indeed inspiring for all of us as an individual, as a team, and as proud citizens of the state. So next session, we will be moving, ladies and gentlemen, is Dialogue with Pride of Odisha. Odisha has created industry icons who stands as a beacon of inspiration, embodying resilience and triumph. This session aims to inspire through success stories of chasing the unthinkable. It also seeks to throw light on the potential that lies in Odisha for the local youth. For this session, we have with us the proud sons of our soil, as I have already cited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ritesh Agarwal, founder OYO, and Mr. Ashish Mahapatra, CEO of Business and co-founder Oxizo. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Marquee Invest, and we also have the presence of Mr. Ashish Mahapatra, co-founder and CEO of OFB Tech, a first of its kind B2B product fulfillment and financing platform, Oxizo. Ashish started his professional career at ITES as an operations manager in 2002. In 2006, he went on to become an engagement manager at McKinsey and Company with manufacturing. I'll be wrong if I won't be inviting the moderator of this session, Ms. Kate Kiangre, Times Internet, to please come and join us. Thank you. With manufacturing and pharmaceuticals as his key domains, he then moved to Matrix Partners as a venture capitalist from 2010 to 2015, leading 7 investments in healthcare and consumer. Post this, Ashish co-founded with 4 other colleagues, one being his wife Ruchi Kalra of Business in 2016 and Oxizo in 2018. Of Business, in a span of less than 6 years, has built amongst the most scaled, profitable, levered and engaged B2B enterprise, valued $5 billion in India. It provides raw material fulfillment across supply chains ranging from metals to plastics, food grains, garments, petrochemicals and industrial chemicals. Oxizo, also a unicorn valued at $1 billion independently, is a financial services company which largely has been built to support the working capital needs of SMEs. Both businesses have won numerous awards and accolades. So do with Ritesh Agarwal and his OYO. So could I take this opportunity that we have the presence of both the stalwarts with us, and may I request our moderator, we have with us Ms. Kate Kiangre from Times Internet, to open the fireside chat.
All right, thank you so much. So we would like to start with an introduction, even though this audience will not need an introduction. So we'll actually want to start with you, Ashish.
Check, check.
All right. I'll pass on my mic. That's okay. I'll pass on my mic. That's fine. All right. So let's change the introduction a little bit. Instead of you doing all the talking, I want to bounce off a few things and let's see how that goes. Sure. You all both have very different journeys to where you all are today. And you, in fact, said that your first, she was a physics professor. And if you could talk about your early starts in understanding the concept of saving and how that has actually helped you get to where you are.
So to be frank with you, so this is Ashish Mahapatra. To be frank with you, I had no upbringing in business at all. I wasn't an Agarwal to begin with. I was Mahapatra. I think Mahapatra is a, not a casteist, but we make money by begging, right? So one thing I inherited was this art of selling via begging. Okay, that was from birth. So just that is not enough. So I had to get something along with it. My mother was extremely thrifty to begin with. I don't think she was savings oriented. She just didn't expend. Okay, and I think that attitude of hers, or that skill of hers, like given the theme, that skill of hers is something that fully imbibed in me. That unless it is like the guys like dying of hunger, or what we heard today, like disaster is striking you, don't spend. So that's where the savings comes from. So a little bit of selling, a little bit of not spending is what I am.
All right, Ritesh, now over to you. You actually dropped out of college when it was definitely not fashionable to do that. And you actually took the path with a TL fellowship, which you said you hadn't even known what it was all about. The early journeys are always the hardest and very often the loneliest. So if you could talk to us a little bit about your early journeys.
Namaskar, Vande Utkal Janni. I'm so happy to be back home. I was here probably just 30 days back. So I try to come out here every month, month and a half. Look, I think a little background about myself. My name is Ritesh. I grew up in Odisha, Mu Raigadaru, born and brought up in Raigada. I heard about Malkangiri. It's, of course, it's very hard to speak after Pandyan sir's address because he sets the tempo so high that you have to probably, even if you reach 10% of that, it's a hard job. But I'm happy to hear of the many transformations. The one that's very close to my heart is that Raigada and KBK district have gone from being tertiary to now finding mention in almost every initiative of the state, whether it is the hospitals, whether it is the healthcare, the temple restoration, almost everything that you saw, I can see it in my own town. And I still consider Raigada like my hometown, so even though work has taken me further away. Mr. Bagchi is here. His biggest ask to me is that move your headquarters to Raigada or Bhubaneswar, which I have promised that I will keep trying. But I think to your point, I think definitely my journey was unique in its own respect. We are 4 siblings. Growing up in Raigada or most places in Odisha, actually you can't figure the difference between RU and Agarwal, Mahapatra, Panigrahi or Reddy. So I spoke Modia, Lekhi Pare, Buji Pare, Kohi Pare. And Ma was from Itamati in Nagar. So for her, Kotkia Odia is what was mandatory. And Dad was from Bolangir. So he used to think she's too purist. And maybe Bolangiri was all right. And I spoke fluent Telugu too, because Raigada is in the Andhra border. So generally growing up, there was none of this sense of entrepreneurship, ya college dropout. None of those were even like dreamt of. Elder 3 siblings were like Asian parents' dream. Engineering, business school with scholarship, get a good job. So my parents set the threshold in their mind very high and in today's understanding very low for me. Their ask was, and apologies if somebody here is from Infosys, their ask was Infosys if you become an assistant engineer. That is 2.75 lakh salary. Whole of Raigada will get laddu. Or mom made very good chena podo. So chena podo for whole town if that happens. So after 12th grade, I genuinely in my heart was so passionate. I wanted to do something and travel really appealed to me, so I wanted to pursue it. I went to college for 3 days and then did not ever pursue it. So my mom was heartbroken. She was absolutely heartbroken. She thought wrong friends had influenced me to get into, she used to say this, that Sangvanu change karo, right? Change the friends you have. Friends like Ashmo and others, right? In the entrepreneurial world, who used to inspire and egg me on saying that it's okay to do. I was excited about it. I wanted to pursue it. So it was not easy in my view, but I think from a parent's perspective. But at the same time, individually, for me personally, internet was a huge transformation. Because when I was growing up, I could read on the internet that there were people in the US who had stopped out of college and had built successful companies. The probability of success was low, but it had happened. So for the first time, it was not a unheard of opportunity that I was trying to pursue. And that's the big change. That today a kid from Raigada has the same information due to the internet that the kid from New York has. Because the information is the same, then the only thing that matters is who wants it more. And I clearly wanted it a lot more. So for me, I think that's what inspired me to stop out. But I don't encourage people to stop out. I feel it's an individual choice that is very risky. I feel like, the first line of our contract said, and please listen to this carefully, we never let university interfere with education. It's a very important one because today we are here at a skills and employment-oriented program. We have a lot of friends from skill training ecosystem. University is just one of the ways of acquiring skills. There are so many other ways, right? I tried to learn from the school of life rather than school of university, but learning is essential. Just there are different ways of it. So it was hard, but I think technology and exposure really allowed me this opportunity. I feel it went all right. Hence, I can say good things about it. If it had not gone, I wouldn't have been able to say it. That's why I don't encourage stopping out. But that's my story.
All right, as sons of the soil, I want you to talk about your entrepreneurial journeys. And Ashish, if again I can start with you.
In my case, I took a very different trajectory, right? In fact, because he mentioned Malkangiri, I will tell you that the Taladodna canal that was showed up, my house was actually visible because my house was right on the canal. So for everybody sitting right next to me, I was telling them, hey, you know what? That white house out there is actually my house. And for about 12 to 15 years, we could never really stand the smell coming out of it. It was a hotbed of mosquito breeding. So a lot of us actually pooled money as families and we covered the canal, but it never really worked. I'm so happy to see that. Okay, coming to the entrepreneurial journey, took the exact opposite of what Ritesh did, because my parents, as true staunch Odias, had distilled a value in me. Ki kichhi bhi karibu, ta aguru, happy wife, big house, one car, at least one kid, if not more, and have enough so that, at least 2 more generations can take over. So the only one which I violated amongst this was that my kid was actually 6 days younger than our business, which means when our company was founded, 6 days after the kid was born. So I was actually not a father when the entrepreneurial journey was born. So in some ways I took the right way, went to a good school, completed my 12th, completed my engineering, earned enough to buy a house, earned enough that my dad and mom actually realized that, he's not going the wrong way, and then got into entrepreneurship. So the entrepreneurship journey for me was very simple. I was an operator at heart, right? Had done a few businesses as a kid, knew that, especially when you're in a business, you can make a lot more money than pocket money being gifted by your parents, or for that matter, anything earned. So I kind of scouted to see what do I really know, okay? And sometime around 2015, I started seeing a lot of action, particularly in the B2B space, which is, businesses buying stuff from each other, businesses actually financing each other, logistics companies, a lot of you guys are from there, and stuff like that. I said, okay, this is something that I know. This is something that I think I've spent a lot of time with. I did a few businesses while growing up, trading between businesses. I had run a SME while I was at ITC. I as an investor in SMEs, I knew what problems they faced. And with all that put together and saying that I have fulfilled at least 6 of the 7 conditions that my parents had put, entrepreneurship made sense back then. So jumped in 2016 February, so I'm actually completing 8 years this February.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Ritesh, is it true that you spent 100 nights and did not repeat any room that you had spent the previous night in, just to get a sense of what the problems are on the ground?
Yeah, see, I think so. Whenever you're setting up a company, one of the natural perspective is that day one you become a babu. That is absolutely antithesis of how it really is. So again, I think my mother absolutely is, true blood Odia. So I try to use her stories quite a lot, at her expense sometimes. So she once visited me when I used to live in a Barsati in Delhi. Barsatis are like thatched roof, one-room place on the top of the house. That's what I could afford, because rest of the money was going in running the business. It's tough, right? Like, if Delhi has not as hot as Odisha, but less humidity. So you'd have blisters on your back if it's Delhi summers at the Barsati. So she came, visited me once. Barsati was all right. She used to look at my business cards, and it used to write CEO. And she used to look around herself. And she said, this doesn't look like CEO. Then one day she came to drop me downstairs. I was going in an auto. So the auto said 20 rupees to the metro station. I was haggling saying 10 rupees, 10 rupees. So she was thinking, kid writes CEO in his card. On the other hand, doesn't have 10 rupees to pay for the auto fare. Like, there seems to be something seriously wrong here. That is the honest reality of when you want to pursue an entrepreneurship. There are lots of glamorous things one sees, right? You see valuation, funding, net worth, all kind of exciting things. But those are, in my view, less than 5% of what really is the journey is about. And you have to learn to enjoy it. So, yes, I think hence as an outcome, I realized that I opened the first hotel. First hotel I used to run myself. Then I thought that we are now becoming a chain. So I will be at the office and our teams will go look at hotels. So we opened 3 hotels. And then one of the weeks, I went to visit the next 2. And I realized that what I was expecting and what's happened, there's a dramatic difference because the policies were designed and the principles were designed for the first property, not for the next 2. And each one has some differences, some uniqueness. So to that extent, I realized that until I see enough of what exists out there, I would not be able to create the right SOPs and the right processes that could exist. And on the other hand, I was a bachelor. I was 19 years old. I felt staying in an OYO with laundry being done by the hotel is far better than having your own house and doing all the hard work. So it was personally also more convenient. So for every day, I stayed in a different OYO for a few months. And thankfully, the company also kept growing. So I had more places to stay in. But all I want to share is that for an entrepreneur, when you start the business, you may not be specialist in your industry. I think, I did not start my business being a specialist in hospitality. Ashish surely was an operator, but for financing was probably for the first time he was doing. But in 8 to 10 years of your journey, you should individually become a specialist or a subject matter expert of that industry is very crucial, is my sense as an entrepreneur, because that's how you earn the respect of your business partners, your teams, and other ecosystem, because you're truly connected to the ground. Like even today, including Bhubaneswar, there would be, US, Europe, wherever our clients are, at least 600 to 700 hotel owners and homeowners would be in direct touch with me. Not that they need me for all the support, but they know that they can reach out to me and I know that I can reach out to them when needed. And I think that at least has been beneficial for us as a company, and I encourage other entrepreneurs to do it also.
Ashish, interesting that a stamp collector came up with a life philosophy that till today is something that you run your business with: liberty, equality, and fraternity. Tell us a little bit about that and what is the story behind it?
I learned a lot from stamp collection. So I remember collecting my first set. So my dad and mom were doing their PhD from IIT Kharagpur, right? So both of them used to actually go back to their research centers and all that at 9 a.m. in the morning. And my school used to end at 11 a.m. So I had nothing to do. And I was like 5, 6 years old and all that stuff. So somebody told me that the one thing that you can do is that engineering colleges actually receive a lot of letters. So why don't you go and just peel the stamps of them? So that's how I started. I started at the age of 6. You won't believe the number. Today I have more than 95,000 stamps. Not a single one borrowed over a period of 38 years. So there are many things I learned from stamp collection. I think the first one was to just hustle and just peel off the letters, because many times people thought I was tinkering with the contents inside it. So just jugaad, trying to sell to the guy that, you know what, I don't mean any harm and stuff like that. That's one. Second thing I learned is M&A. So one of the big things that I learned during stamp collection is that you can't really grow it all by yourself. So I figured out that stamp collection was a very common hobby across a lot of people, but they give it away at later times in their lives, right? So to actually go them, pitch them, and acquire their stamp collection is somewhere you can actually grow inorganically. I didn't know it was M&A back then. Now I call it M&A. And I have stayed so true to my word that yesterday I met one of the guys in the audience and I realized that he actually has a collection. So I collect many things. I tried to do M&A even yesterday. So the second thing that I learned was M&A. The third thing that I learned is that if you look at stamps, okay, you can be very good in general knowledge. Because if you're just generally curious, you look at the image out there or what's written out there, and you then try to find out. Internet wasn't that available back then. But if you ask around, I think you can collect a lot of general knowledge. So just, it was a great, I would say, catalyst to both being curious and then fulfilling it. So today, if you look at my biodata, it's probably 3 or 4 lines. It always ends up saying trivia lover. He's a great trivia lover. It actually comes from stamp collection. So I would actually encourage, though it's a very old-timer kind of hobby, I would actually encourage almost everyone to get into this hobby. I'll tell you one more thing. The other thing that stamp collection encourages you is the way you can grow. You sometimes get the same duplicate kind of stamps, right? So you can actually exchange a stamp and get stamps in return. So to be very honest with you, I also learned business that way. I used to always, if I go to Ritesh, I used to tell him that, hey, this stamp of mine, which was a duplicate, is actually much more precious than what you have. So give me 3 stamps in exchange, or maybe 5 stamps in exchange. So yeah, making more from less is what I also learned from stamps. But yeah.
And where did liberty, equality, and fraternity
It was in the stamp.
It was in the stamp.
Yeah,
Abraham Lincoln.
Liberty, equality, fraternity is in many stamps of the US.
Okay.
It was a very popular stamp is that of Abraham Lincoln, which used to be the most common postage stamp of the US. It used to have it on the 3 boundaries.
And how does that govern your philosophy in work?
Yeah, so I have spent many years in a factory, right? In a factory, I actually saw it as pretty much being something that everybody kind of invested in. Like everybody wears the same uniform, for example. Everybody eats the same lunch, for example. So in my opinion, equality of opportunities, equality of how everybody is being treated is something that is very important to any organization. So nobody should be privileged, because at the end of the day, when you stand in the market, you're naked. You should be treated exactly as the guy around you. No race, no caste, no richness, no state, no country, and stuff like that, right? So I will tell you one thing from Odisha. When we were growing up, I was probably born in the wrong decade, because Odisha was not as developed growing up in the late 80s to early 90s, right? And it was really tough. I'm sure Ritesh hasn't seen it. A lot of you guys who are pretty much on the older side would agree with me that it was very tough growing up in Odisha in the 90s. There wasn't too much of an opportunity. But the moment you go out and you stand out on your own, you will realize that Odiyare konti bajarre samaste ekka, right? So equality is something which is a very fundamental principle of what I actually encourage and have built everything around me. Liberty, again, very, very important, because, something we've already come out of, but we actually slip into it sometimes, like forced labor, forced work, making people do more than what they want to, is something, again, that should not be done for organizations to really scale up, right? I can tell you that these 3 values, and now we've added integrity to that, because I saw some country actually moving from liberty, equality, fraternity to integrity. And now we put those 4 values from a company that has grown when we started the company, we had 16 people. Now we have 16,000 people in 8 years. From 16 people We are up to 16,000 people. That's the number of people we employ. As of today morning, I actually checked the number so that I'm not wrong. It was 16,021. Right? So from 16 to 16,000 people, unless you have values which are similar to these, you just can't scale. You just can't maintain the same level of harmony that was there in the first 16. So learn from a stamp again.
Ritesh, we're talking about the value system. And, everyone feels a sense of belonging to where they come from. And how has that influenced your very being?
I think that's a... How many entrepreneurs here? Founders, entrepreneurs in the room? Few. Okay, not bad. Maybe 5-6%. Look, I think growing up in Odisha, especially in Raigada, right? And I grew up in the 2000s in the place. I can tell you personally, I just absolutely loved growing up in the place I grew up in, right? The biggest reason I believe is that, one, it is self-sufficient. You feel like, you never need to leave your town. And the second is you have seen nothing outside. Like in my mind, outside of Raigada and Berhampur is a town in Ganjam district close by, where we used to go often. Other than these two, I had not seen any other place. So I didn't know any other place existed. So I thought between these two, Raigada is perfect. It works for me. So I think self-satisfaction in some way was one of the earliest things I learned. That being hungry, but being also be able to be satisfied. And I feel that's a very important learning for a leader. One of our mutual shareholders is SoftBank. And I think one of the investments of theirs I'm very inspired by is Alibaba, right? Where I read in one of the publications that when SoftBank invested in Alibaba and their founder, they basically invested, he was not the best salesperson, he was not the best technologist, but thousands and thousands of people were willing to work for Jack Ma and believe in the pursuit and the ambitions that he had. So I believe that for a good founder, it's important to have great brain, but it's even more important to have a great heart. Right? And I think that's one thing that Odisha brings to you. That is, the upbringing and the values bring great heart. You care about people. You don't want to, and Pandian sir talked about it, you want to be transparent, you want to do good to people. It's not like you don't make mistakes, but if you make mistakes, you have no problem in bending and saying that I made a mistake and I want to fix it. I think that's a unique value system to begin with. Second, I think another value system which I think very special to Odisha is groundedness. Our representative from Raigada, he's a tribal lawyer. And you meet him, it's almost impossible. Like you meet him and you meet a representative from any other place of the country, you'll find that he's an easygoing person, he means business, and he would reach any event 15 minutes before time. Almost to the extent where if I'm in an event with him, I try to reach probably 30 minutes before, just so that I don't get embarrassed. I think the groundedness of absolutely, whether it is a member, whether it is, you could be anyone in the state, is incredible. People wear simple clothes, they don't have too much air around them. And I think generally those are characters that people like to do business with. You want to do business with people who are more grounded, have a sense of humility around them. Third thing, which I again feel like is something that Odisha taught me, is pursuit for excellence. I think this is a very important one. Most people think, and I was told many times that, there was a stand-up comedy recently. And he was saying that, Ritesh, are you the relatively more famous Odia after Devashish Mohanty? So he was trying to pull my leg. But I told him that, you are wrong. He of course is a comedian, so I don't know how much he's very intelligent, so I'm sure he'd appreciate it. I think Odisha had one of the earliest entrepreneurs. So Madhu Babu, for instance, was an entrepreneur. He was a founder. we've all read about his story, about him being a barrister, about him making a big difference. But reality is, his roots go back to being one of the earliest entrepreneurs and founders. Right behind our house, there was a little rivulet that would flow. And every year, and people will relate with the festival I'm talking about, 4 a.m. in the morning, Ma would take a little bamboo shoot, put diya on it, and like lots of women, right? It was Bali Jatra. And when we launched in Indonesia, I could go back and talk about the stories that Odisha's first chief minister was probably the first non-Indonesian Bhumiputra. And we used to trade with Indonesia going back in the day. It's not like a new format that we started. So I think entrepreneurship and pursuit for excellence has been in our roots for a long time. Just somewhere along the way, probably we forgot it. I think it's time to bring it back. At least that's what is the pursuit that we are at. And I will end with just one last thing. And I think this is a very important one. I feel we have a unique ability to attract great talent, right? And we have great talent, but we're also able to attract great talent. If you see any strong leader nationally, whether it is, or internationally, whether it is the governor of RBI, whether it is the leadership at the national level, leadership in the state, nowadays even overseas, I meet people, including I think SoftBank Fund 1 CEO, all of them are from the state. So I think we have fantastic talent. We just need to now make sure that we bring them all to contribute to the state, which Mr. Bagchi has been very forcibly trying, rightfully so, and I'm trying to be an ambassador to extend that further. That's my perspective of what Odisha brings to you.
And what about you, Ashish? I want to ask you this question too.
I will tell you something that I realized during the course of the day. Obviously, a big fan of Mr. Bagchi. Saw Madam Alka's exploits. I think Dr. Santrup is like a cult figure. Heard Mr. Vicky Pandian speak. So not only do we have great talent, but I think we are at that takeoff stage where we are getting them back together. So we have many role models. And the way Odisha has attracted at the same time such a, I would say, illuminaries back to the state is something that I learned during the course of the day. And I am sure many more will follow. But this is something that I've only seen in Odisha.
And, I'm just going to take something that he actually talked to you about. Are you going to set up, move base to Rayagada? Same question for you. Are you going to move base here?
ମୁଁ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ହେଲି ଲାଇନ୍ ଅପ୍ ଟୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ମୁଁ ହେଲି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ମାଟିର ଛୁଆ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପୁଅ son of the soil ଯେତେ କରିପାରିବି ତାଠୁ ଅଧିକା କରିବି I'll do more than what I can at some stage definitely yes I truly feel for it. I think today's day was transformational for me. I was awestruck by many things. First, to see the numbers up on the slides in the first session. Then to see Taldonda Canal being, revamped, and all the other videos that came up with. I'll tell you what I want to be, though. I'm a big cricket fan, so I'll tell you a cricket story. Big cricket fan of olden times. Okay? So what was happening is in 1933-34, the Bodyline series was going on. Bodyline series where England made this, mega plan of actually countering Donald Bradman. Okay? And Donald Bradman obviously didn't perform very well in that series. That's the only time he actually his average dropped below 60. So in one of the test matches in I think it was in Sydney, he got out and then came back. Okay? And then the entire team was falling like 9 pins. But there was one guy called Stan McCabe. 1933-34, Stan McCabe. He was hitting the ball out of the park. He made 187 not out when the entire team, I think, made only 40 runs. Then Bradman made it a point for that entire innings to pull every Australian team member back and say, hey, there is something happening out of the window. Go and peep and make sure that you go and join Stan McCabe. I feel like Bradman today. I think we need to peep. There's a lot happening outside the window. My job, I feel like Bradman. Sorry for elevating my stature. I feel like Bradman. I want to be the catalyst of actually of calling people back. I'll be the last one to follow.
Okay, this is
Thank
a great point for us to talk about how entrepreneurs such as yourselves can collaborate with the government. Where do you think are the areas where you face challenges in your entrepreneurial journeys, and how do you think the state can come forward and already make those connections? Already they're happening, MOUs are being signed. How do you see that going forward so that it becomes a lot more seamless?
So, I think Ashish କହିଲେ ମୁଁ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଜନ୍ମମାଟିର ପୁଅ, ମୁଁ ବି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଜନ୍ମମାଟିର ପୁଅ, ଆଉ ମୁଁ ଆଜି ସ୍କିଲ୍ସ କନଫରେନ୍ସ ଅଛି ସେଇଥିପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ଗର୍ବ କରେ କି ମୁଁ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଏଇ ରାୟଗଡ଼ାରେ ସ୍କିଲ୍ଡ ହେଇଛି. It's not just ଜନ୍ମମାଟି, it's also the place of getting skilled. I feel हम लोगों ने we've not done enough to also market the opportunities that come from our state. So at this point of time, Shark Tank is airing. So I convinced them to bring their entire crew to Rayagada for 3 days and to shoot every corner of the place, because I thought such a beautiful town, if the nation sees, we would be so happy. Now I was speaking to some of my friends in Rayagada. They were saying that nowadays we see people, because in Rayagada you know everybody. So if people are landing from trains who you don't know, people start talking, who's this person, why are they here? They say that last month or so, there's so many people coming who we have no idea who they are. They're just coming to town, they want to see, they say Nagavali dikha. Nagavali is one of the rivers in our town and few other places. So I think all of us almost owe it to the state to try and market and tell our stories so that people are inspired. Specifically about Rayagada, dekhiye, I never really left the place. So I don't think that I have to go back and base myself there. I go back there almost every month. There's lots of pictures that get viral on the internet because I still love the train journeys to Rayagada. So people would always often sort of come by and say, can we get a picture? And then they would share it. But I think it's always special going back home. I continue to do it. I hope that I think I'm able to spend more time there than earlier. I would like to do even further. I recently opened, so majority of the population in Rayagada are Adivasis. So I recently opened a few health clinics for people there, especially who are Adivasis and communities who have below the poverty line, to make it free for them so that they can get at least preliminary health care for free. They don't have to walk miles together. Of course, the government has set up an incredible tertiary hospital there. Like Sir was saying, it's become like it looks like a private hospital. But I want to do as much as I can. I think, also I also truly believe I'm spiritual, and I know people may agree or disagree. But in Rayagada, there is goddess called Majiorima. I think a lot of people may have heard it. She's very popular. We consider that she protects our town. She's like the town goddesses, right? So we truly believe in her. So I go back to town. I try to support our communities in ways that I feel, and I feel healthcare, education, and entrepreneurship are the three things that I believe I am uniquely positioned to support. And education in a new way. I can't support education in traditional manners as well as the government can. But can I help people become technologically abled faster? Maybe, because of some of the unique vantage point I have. So I don't feel like I have to go back to Rayagada. I say people, I am from Rayagada. 99% of the people had not heard about the place. Even in Odisha, people did not know about Rayagada. Can you believe it? My quest is, in the next 3-4 decades, I want to reach a place where everybody should know where Rayagada is, whether it is people in the US or Europe or here in India. I feel like I would have done an okay job if I do that.
Ashish, for you, skilling, and a lot of times you talk about gaps in expectations versus reality. And where do you see entrepreneurs like you playing a role in that?
I think entrepreneurship is very, very important, right? So we can get all these large companies to invest in the state, whether it is a JSW or a Tata Steel, no offense meant, or of business to invest in the state. But the real essence of the state, the real job creation, the real innovation comes in when entrepreneurship and particularly SME building or small and medium enterprise building is actually fostered in the state. Because otherwise what will happen is that you will create these large structures, and as I think Dr. Santrup was telling me today, if you create these large structures, then there will be forced migration to all these structures, and there won't be all-round development. For all-round development to happen, two things have to happen. One is entrepreneurship has to be fostered, and second is SMEs, particularly the micro and the small ones, not the medium ones, meaning companies which are below turnover rates of, let's say, 10, 20 crores have to really come up. I think entrepreneurs like us have a big role. First is to become role models for people out there. I think both Ritesh and I are active investors as well. So if we would love to invest in a young Odia growing up and doing something in the state. Happy to come back and really use our extended networks to actually make sure that entrepreneurship grows up in Odisha in a big way. And Odisha takes the pride of place after what you have as the top 5, right? Which is Bangalore, Gurgaon, Hyderabad, a little bit of Pune is coming up right now, and Mumbai. So if Odisha can be the 6th, Bhubaneswar can be the 6th, we all have a big role to play, particularly guys like us and every captain of the industry who has stepped back to Odisha. On the SME side, I think we can collaborate with the government a lot more. SMEs need two things. One is they need a single window, which the government can provide, and the SMEs need financing, which a lot of the entrepreneurial ecosystem can provide. Because traditional banks and traditional financial institutions are not very active in the SME space. The gap is quite large. I think a lot of the entrepreneurial ecosystem can contribute to that. I would say these two is what...
All right, we'd like to throw it open to the audience just for a couple of questions, and we'll wind up from there. If there's anyone who wants to ask a question, if you could just raise your hand, we'll get a mic to you. And while people are still thinking about it, I do want to ask you, when you're looking at skilling and how Odisha is looking at skilling, where do you see gaps that can be filled with the new tech? And I do want to bring in that we've just seen what Surya can do. Just with OpenAI coming up with Surya, everybody talks about AI taking away jobs. But as entrepreneurs, do you feel that AI can actually empower people to do some of their jobs better and maybe use it to leapfrog, to do something else that you've not thought of before? Because with AI, and we're going to see it coming in, and there was a session before this where Anchal Chopra from LinkedIn talked about how 20% of the jobs, the very structure of it is going to change because of generative AI. So I do want you to talk about this also while questions come in.
So I think, in my opinion, so there is skilling about quantity and there is skilling about quality. I think quantity, we've done a great job. I remember hearing from someone, I personally think that AI can play a big role in making sure that the person is literally being trained or retrained or refreshed in his training day in, day out as he's actually doling out his job. So that's my first. Other than that, the obvious AI thing is that because AI is going to take away mundane jobs, what will happen is that all our efforts will go towards more semi-skilled, skilled, highly skilled labor and all that. So it pushes us up the value chain. But I think the first one is the big challenge because in my opinion, and I heard a few murmurs out there as well, that quantity has to go hand in hand with quality, and quality is the more tougher one to get through, and that's the real challenge going ahead.
Anyone with a question? Yes.
Look, maybe I finished the context. I know Ketki wants to make sure we are on time. Look, I think to the previous point, because I missed that too, I want to begin by talking about, first off, I want to congratulate Team Odisha on the fantastic investment from JSW. I think that 35,000 crore investment on EV, it can transform the state's automobile sector. And we generally think about it as one more announcement. Just for context, UK tried probably for 2 years, including Prime Minister Rishi Sunak made a video about it and so on, about the Tata investment. And this one is probably just, it took like in 2 days, it became a discussion, right? So I think it's a huge deal and one that is highly underappreciated and people should take huge advantage of it. I think I fully agree with Ashish's perspective on entrepreneurship at the grassroots level. Look, I think it's very critical for all of us from Odisha and we as Odias to agree that profit is not a bad thing when it is made fair and square by creating value. If that one line becomes clear in people's minds, you will see that when a plant is set up by JSW, Tata, off business or a hotel with Oyo, there will be many small businesses that will pop up around there when people have the mindset of entrepreneurship, which is truly when you will have that multiplicative return of the investment, which Pandian sir was talking about. So whether it is, so we are trying to provide our own quest in that process. So we will go to tribal, non-tribal areas within the state and try and make sure farmers can become farm stay owners. Because people are in the pursuit of tourism. Why not look at and discover Odisha in a unique way, in the manner that we can. Ashish mentioned something interesting, so I want to put you in the spot, but you're friends, so you'll be okay. You mentioned about investment in Odisha. I'd love to do it as well. Why don't we commit that jointly? In the next year, we'll invest in 5 Odia startups between now and next year. Yeah? So,
I think in addition to 5 investments, what I would love Ritesh and I to commit, and I'll make a promise on his behalf, that we will not only do 5 investments, but we would also try to give at least 5 deep stints wherein both of us can come back to the state and spend time with those entrepreneurs. I think that will actually be something that they'll need more.
So it is official. Today, I and Ashish are announcing that we will back at least, if we find more great,
in a year.
In a year, time-bound, inspired by the Team Odisha spirit of time-bound execution, 5 startups founded by Odias in Odisha between now and next year. I think maybe we do the questions now.
The youngest jury of Shark Tank so far, Ritesh. And you can take more 10 minutes so that the number of investments will grow, might be on a lighter note, just. Ketki, we can sum up.
All right. I'm really sorry. We will ask them to answer your question after the session is over. We'd like to wind up because we do want to have to move to the next one.
That's okay.
Surely, ma'am.
Ma'am, you have the veto.
So actually, Ritesh and Ashish, thank you so much, both of you, despite your busy schedules to be here. So big thank you. But Ritesh, a quick thing on the homestays and your OYO accelerator, which I would like you to talk about it, please. Because that was the first MOU we did. And I think after J&K and now Ayodhya, you're coming to Orissa. So there are lots of people who've never heard about homestays here. So I think you should talk about it. And after that, I will request Ashish for a question.
Thank you, ma'am, for the opportunity. Yes. On a lighter note, I will share that my own elder brother's name is Ashish.
Oh.
So I think listening to Ashish few times, I almost go back to that perspective of saying that, and he talked about sports. So my brother exposed me to sports for the first time. I think, first off, I believe that Odisha is going to become a hallmark of tourism in times to come. Whether you are in Bombay, Delhi, or a tier 2 town in India, you're seeing whether it is Eco Village or it is Odisha tourism's advertisements across. And there is, whether it is religious tourism, I started my journey towards Ayodhya from Puri. It became quite a viral discussion. I just shared it because I felt like it, but it did become quite a discussion after. I think as this tourism pursues, I believe that the demand will come anyway. The supply is the real problem. And for that supply, how can we utilize the opportunity of grassroots entrepreneurship is what we are pursuing. So first is on homestays. We will partner with rural families who have a house. There is a program called National Rural Livelihood Mission, NRLM it's called. We partner with NRLM to provide financing to the small house owner to upgrade their house to a quality that tourists can come and stay at. Today there are 1,500 homestays like these. We started in Ekta Nagar in Gujarat, which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister. Second, we launched in Jammu Kashmir, which has now become a few hundred houses. And these were towns jahan pe there was nobody who had gone from outside their town earlier. Now those people are saying that, when can I buy the iPhone? Like truly commerce brings lifestyle upgradation. Then we did Ayodhya, which was inaugurated by Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. And now we are launching this in Odisha. On an average, we have seen that, for example, in Ekta Nagar, each farmer is able to make 50,000 rupees per month as an additional income. It's a small number from OYO's perspective, but for the individual farmer, it changes their life. Yes. So that's the first thing we're doing. Second, we're launching an accelerator program where if you're a young entrepreneur, we will finance you to start a hotel business. We ideally like you come from the hospitality industry, so that we finance you, you go and manage the hotel, we'll tell you all the SOPs, because we believe that our job is better done with technology and branding, but the individual hotel owner is the best to be able to manage and deliver the best service. So like that, we will start an Odisha-specific accelerator program, which will probably be the third in the country. We have identified 10 founders already, each one of whom will open at least 5 properties in the next year, is our estimation. So these are a couple of things that we're doing. We have, of course, much bigger ambitions, especially hearing Pandian sir talk about, that you come with a big idea and we will back you fully. I think that has inspired me even further. So that's in summary, some of the things we are thinking about.
Thank you so much, Ritesh, for that. Ashish, you mentioned something about the creation of the SME and the small scale ecosystem to go around anything which is a large investment which is coming here. So in the event that you have anything specific in mind, either now or later, if you could let us know, because there are 2 entrepreneurship programs of the government of Odisha which are very popular. One, today Nano Unicorn was made into a state level program. That is, if there is an entrepreneur who comes with an idea, the state would be backing them in with certain amount of investment. So where we mentioned that, funds could be a problem. So it's a state initiative. And secondly, under the skilling concept, we have a thing called Project Swakalp, where they are being given entrepreneurship training. And currently almost 150 women have put ideas together where they want to take this entrepreneurship to go. So in the event that you have certain ideas, as in when you all can put in a little bit of time, we'll have these entrepreneurs in a room. And, you could send people who could do an equivalent of Shark Tank, even if you two can't find the time, and, kind of take it from there. So what would be your suggestions on the type of SMEs, and would you all be able to give the time for something like this?
So I think entrepreneurship and SMEs are 2 different ideas and ideologies. SMEs are the ones that are existing and doing something for them.
To become entrepreneur, to become an SME.
Right. So in my opinion, both are different and would require very different efforts around the same. So entrepreneurship, I think a lot needs to be done, to be very honest. Coming from a very thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem, I think there's a lot to do and a lot of time is needed for us to actually get there. Having a few programs is important. I think it just generally shows that there is a mindset towards doing that. But first, I think it will need time from people like us. I don't think we can send somebody. It has to be, people who are so-called role models. We are not the pride of Odisha. Pride of Odisha is more the government machinery that has made it happen. But, the so-called role models have to actually come and spend time. And the onus is on all of you to actually make sure that we come. Because frankly, as Ritesh was also pointing out, frankly, if a couple of people come, they will bring in 10 more, and those 10 more will bring in 100 more. So just to make sure that all of us actually come here, spend some time with the people in the state is something that I would encourage all of you guys to do. The second thing is around SMEs. SMEs, what I have seen, because our company actually finances SMEs and sells materials largely to SMEs. The problem with SMEs is that whenever they want to grow, there are two problems. One is there is no effective single window. The single window is typically for larger companies or people who have access. And the second one is that SMEs actually lack adequate financing. On both these, actually, the government machinery can play a good catalyst role. I know a lot has been done. There is a Go Swift that has been put in place, which is a single window for clearance. I'm not sure that if it has been rolled out, particularly with the small business in mind. I think if those two can be done, it will be a big help.
Right. Thank you. Those were really two good points, and I'm quite sure that the team industry would have noted these two things. And once again, both of you, thank you so much for being here, and we shall get you back again very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, three of you. Now I would be requesting Honorable Chief Advisor to the Government of Odisha for institutional capacity building across all the civil service training institute of the state, Sri Subrat Bagchi sir, to please come and join us on the stage and to present a token of appreciation to both the iconic achievers, Mr. Ritesh Agarwal and Mr. Ashish Mahapatra, and our moderator, Ms. Ketki Angry. This is for the lady. Ketki. Yeah. Yes, sir. Come on, everyone. Put your hands together. A small token of appreciation to Ritesh and Ashish. So with this session, we have arrived at the juncture of closing this informative part of this summit. But again, we have the cultural session, ladies and gentlemen, and a group photograph. So, as I was talking about the cultural session, where renowned artists will be showcasing their performance, including the versatile singer, proud artist from Odisha, Ms. Sona Mahapatra. So I request all of you to please come and join us in Vatika, 7 o'clock. And also we'll be witnessing the mesmerizing performance by Gotipo expert dance troupe. So I request all of you to please come and join us and be a part of this cultural fiesta. And looking forward for all of your presence tomorrow as well. Thank you so much. Again, I want to mention that the action has not come to an end because we have an entertaining cultural evening, ladies and gentlemen, and we